Oh, okay. So the games are
Yeah,
actually like started.
the
Oh, we
games
have like
are
a
live, and we are
we have
here.
like an actual overlay.
We do. It's awesome. It's Nathaniel and Max here
Hi.
for Armel. We're doing some coverage of the IORMC International Online Reaching Mahjong Competition 2023. This is a watch party for Team USA. There are four play members of Armel who have qualified for the team. We are going to be watching Philip in the game one, but the other four are playing at the same time. Philip, Jeremy, Will, and Jay, all current or former members of the American Region Mahjong League, are battling it out here in the 5 rounds of the qualifying portion of the International Online Richie Mahjong competition. And it's going to be a lot of fun to keep track of all of the scores as they happen live. It's going to be a bit of a lengthy one as well, as they've got to work through 5 rounds. But I'm really excited to see how things go.
Yeah, IORMC is always a fun time. Both of us have participated in years past, though for various reasons could not do so this year. Right off the bat, Shimo said kind of not something I want to mess with.
Absolutely. Just looking at the two Dora in hand, as well as 5 pairs G2 Shanten already,
Yeah,
could easily turn into Honitsu as well. Looks like they're moving in
Menhol
that
Nisham.
direction.
Surely, and the problem is like Jay's hand's good enough that he's gonna cut the door right now. Yeah,
Home.
surely, yeah, surely this is just a palm. Ryanman cut is like so sus though, so like hopefully they know what's up.
It
That's
definitely looks spooky.
ooh, that's a great draw for Jay though. I mean, like if you get Tempai early enough, you can just run this down.
Yeah, Phillips, as in the
Oh yeah,
North Sea, doesn't
yeah,
need
I'm done.
to be too aggressive against Dealer, but if they can
Oh,
shut this down, they certainly will want to. Could have,
I would have liked to see the 4 Vinci. You don't really have time to like mess around when owns the Dora.
yeah, that's a good point. Dora Pwn by Dealer means 12,000 points minimum, and it looks like they're trying to force a lot more. So just being able to shut the hand down seems pretty strong here, but we'll see if Philip can get rewarded for the patience.
It seems our Kamicha is very hard, never cutting Manzu. They're like breaking up their hand rather than cut this 9 mon, which is very
Eat.
helpful. All right, gonna be Richie Tanyao. Slight progress for Shimo. Shimo is what, the Ukrainian player, I believe.
That's right. Anastasia, if I have that name correct.
Let me. I just only have the Tenho pairings. I don't have the
Home.
names.
Yeah, we have
It
the
looks like our
Ukrainian.
Kamicha's from Chile, and then Toyman is Korean.
Oh, seven
Oh,
pin has to be pushed, but delayed for the time being. It's too
makes
expensive
sense.
of a hand to not shove in the future, but
Well,
Woody
now it's Ryanman.
Tendo.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like it makes sense, of course, but you know.
They do find the 8 pin first, so no danger just yet.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I assume that they cut the pay pair because it was the safest, and they had to cut a pair. Oh, there would have been the cheated tempai if they took the furry. That is
Would
the thing. Is like when you're not tempai, like furry, and you're a hand that someone's afraid of.
G.
The furry 10 tiles
Dom.
are typically will come out so that you get a chance to cheat them back. Obviously, Philip didn't really have much of a choice in what he cut there.
well, in the end, does manage to pick up the 2600, so dodging the bomb that Dealer was putting together and actually pulling out 1600 extra points.
Yeah, but even the Ricci there, it was just like you create so much more risk for what 1,600 points by skipping that chi.
Yep, did get reward here. Another past call here of the East here. Philip definitely playing this as if it's a tournament where point accumulation is really important.
I think the key to that was that he didn't have the pay pair yet.
Yeah,
Because with the pay pair in hand, the East Palm looks a lot better. And you could just run it down for like East or one.
absolutely. We'll see if that comes to fruition here, or if Philip wants more, because there's an opportunity to maybe switch this into Honitsu as well.
Yeah, this is also Kanashi. So finding value where you can is very important.
Quickly scanning
Just
the other hands to see if there's anything valuable going on over there.
Tubman looks value wise. Um, Kamicho is also like pretty quick. Just depends on draws.
And to the right, Ishanten for Richinomi. Not a lot of value there, but Richi can certainly scare the table.
There's a Sanshoku upgrade as well. If you ever, ooh, actually, yeah, that's perfect.
Ideal.
Now, looking for 7-mon to have Richi Pinfu with Takame Sanshoku.
In the meantime, Philip is upgraded to Dian Shanten with more Sozu draws. Now we'll have to kind of make a decision.
I wonder like if and when the 7-mon gets cut, if we'll see the Chi just try to take the Aozuke Nomi from our Shimocha.
Yeah, still pretty.
Kamicha is also Ishanten.
Pay Anko Shanten for Philip. Fortunately,
no, doesn't want it.
he's still in the wall. It's gonna be difficult to be able to use that as an Anko in this hand. So Richinomi most likely, unless we can find Adora.
Like super unlikely that we find Adora though. There's only actually one out at the moment. Ooh, Ishanten upgrade for Shimocha, but definitely the acceptance you get from holding that 7-so isn't really the acceptance that you want for this hand.
Right, and now 2 7-mon have been discarded, so the Sanchoku are looking a lot weaker with only one left in the wall.
Yeah, I can imagine that if Philip cuts another 7-mon, we will see the Chi. Just because, like, otherwise, like, how do you win this hand? Oh, there's the Tenpai. Just gonna be Richi Pinfu. Might see. Okay, well, so you can play 6-mon Genbutsu and just kind of. Okay, risk the 1 Kataku. Maybe a bit unnecessarily.
On the right, has to play carefully. 7-pin held.
I do like Palm still. Yeah. Palm into 6-mon. Oh, why are we? Oh, well, I guess 9-mon had already become Genbutsu. Yeah.
1 4-pin is really live in the wall. 5 tiles.
Yeah. Palm made the Palm actually made the 9-so go to tournament instead of Shimocha. Shimocha would have been Tenpai. And then what if he Patsubo the 7-mon?
Oh my goodness. Gee, small things.
Yeah. Oh, now the Chi dodges their deal, and the 1-pin actually doesn't look that bad. Yeah, it does end up getting close.
So Richi
the 3-pin was cut so early relative to the Richi. Earl 1. That's a nice looking hand for Philip.
Definitely gives vibes of Tanyao as well as maybe Pinfu with some good draws on the left, though, opening up quickly with the pull, and 2 Yakuhai in hand as well, including double East.
That's really nice for Adora acceptance. Yeah, hopefully we can just race this down. Like, as soon as you see dealer like palm the guest win, especially in Akanashi, it's just like alarm bell.
Yeah, we've seen a consistent theme of Philip choosing not to take calls. 7-pin again, similar pattern.
And greeting, but like, I don't know. For over the course of the event, like especially obviously it's quite nice to qualify like as a team, and it's pretty hard to do so. Oh, this is probably gonna defeat the Tenpai. I wonder. I mean, I imagine we'll probably see the double tone get palmed if
it's
if
so much value.
Arises.
That's extra. What, 4 Han?
Yeah, because right now this hand is only it's 3,900, which is kind of sad. We already Shanten now for Philip.
Shanten as well on the right.
That's actually IORMC is always like a bit interesting because like as a team you need like your entire team needs to do like super well to make top 4, but like as an individual it's not that hard to make the to make top cut because you just have to be like top 32, right?
Right.
Which is usually like slightly positive.
And I feel like for the past several years for Team USA, it's been, most of the team hanging on, doing relatively okay, and then one person is absolutely popping off.
Last year it was Jeremy. The year before it was me.
Yeah, the year I was in it, you were the one who was steamrolling everybody.
I hate that 6-1 cut. I understand that it's safe, but like just play 3-pin first.
Don't.
Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna pick up the 3,900. It was just like for me it was just a very dumb like series of games. Like I got like 100K first in the first game. To the point where like I got a first and then a third, and I was still like second place overall after 2 games.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
That wasn't even the biggest first place of the event though, because if you remember, that was the year that someone went like South 11 or some shit.
Oh, you're right. That was the Norwegian player, right?
I don't remember. I just remember like being very grateful that their team was in a bad spot prior to that game. But it was like it was a game with a famous VTuber, like Japanese VTuber in it.
Yeah, I
So I'm just
remember. I remember.
watching her stream. It's just like, why is this? She had like a 30K lead on second place going into all last, and it just didn't matter.
Well, small, reasonable lead here on the left. Philip in a comfortable second place. This hand's gonna be hard to put together with the Mochi Mochi situation on the tune.
Yeah, 5-mon cut. A little bit awkward there. I would have liked to see 3-mon, I think, from Kamicha.
Just to hold out for Chitoy chances.
Yeah, as well as just like especially now this 8-pin draw is very awkward because you want to be able to have the Chunpon still be good.
Mm-hmm. Now the Diamond makes less sense without a backup pair.
Yeah, if you're gonna cut that way, like just cut the 4-6 and hold on to like the pair plus like the Kanchan.
Another Chitoy hand building on the right. That's Ishanten for the Ukrainian player.
Cuts the door indicator, makes sense. Oh, looks like Philip has made his way to what could end up being like a Ricci. Could also shift to a 3-4-5 Sanchaku if you draw any of the Manzu. Quite nice.
Dora draw.
Dora is very sad. The 8-pin not being hedged for a turn is a little bit. Oh yeah.
And now,
surely you palm.
Yeah,
surely this is a palm.
A Chun comes out.
Yeah, palm the Tenpai. That's the thing is like, especially in Akanashi, when you see the dealer like palm the Dora, if you have any way of fighting them, you pretty much have to do it. If you're in a format where you need to win the game.
Right. Yeah, dealer picking up 12,000 points is going to be extremely hard to overcome. Con?
Ooh, content.
Con. Getting fancy? Yeah, all right.
All right. It does upgrade the weight. Does unfortunately make the 5-so safe to the dealer until they change their hand, so might give them the chi they need for Tenpai.
Yeah, although our Toyman currently can fit a 5-so pretty easily into hand.
It doesn't. Oh, all right. Okay, that's gonna be the deal in most likely. Surely. I guess. I mean, 5-so Tadashi after the con is pretty readable.
Right, but it's gonna be hard for them to dodge this.
You can't really give up. You can't really get away from this value.
Right. They'd have to draw 5-mon specific, 5-so specifically, and then drop the 7. There's one 1-so left in the wall as well as 1 4-so for Itsumo. In the meantime,
you push the new Dora. We're also like getting to the point where Philip now has to. Philip has to just actually keep going. Because the 6-0 is that's the problem. Is the 6-0 is very tough to push.
Yeah, so by holding off on that 4-so just long enough, we'll not be dealing in on it in the future. There are, 17 draws left?
Still not super likely for Kamicha to get Tenpai. Well, okay. Made our way back to Yushanten. Oh, there is the Tenpai. Or would have been the deal-in. Alright, there are 2 4-mon walled.
That's actually surprisingly live given that we can see a pair in Philip's hand.
Oh, they're like... I think this might be a bit of tunnel vision. Like, you're the dealer, you know? Like, why do you care what a player who has cut the only Dora is doing? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that's Tenpai back, but again, the 3-so is a really tough tile to push. Okay, they do go for it, because I guess, like, nothing else is safe. But it's like, I think it's a little bit of tunnel vision from Kamicha. Because, like, they decided that they were never going to cut the 4-so, and they didn't, like, adapt to the situation of, like, seeing that Philip cut, like, an entire 3-4-5-pin shape, which is pretty indicative of, holding.
We did also see Toyman reach Tenpai, but not declare Ricci on the Sanzo.
That makes sense. Unpass, so Philip's just gonna not bother with any more Sozu. I feel like that 3-so was only pushed because I was just like, well, I have absolutely nothing saved, so I might as well be Tenpai.
Yeah, what a back and forth round this one turned out to be.
There are 3-so to draw on this height. Nope. Alright. Just push the 3-mon. Alright.
2 players Tenpai, dealership retained on our left.
Yeah. I think that's a very fortunate missed opportunity for Kamicha because I think they could have actually won that hand the way that Shimacha like because some the tiles that Shimacha ended up playing out I think could have dealt in if they had played their hand like for efficiency. And I get holding the Forso, but like once you get Tenpai, like you just have to say I'm 12k and you have less. Like I have a weight, and if you have it, great. If not, oh well.
East 3 repeat 2 doors, the 8 so, and there's one held by Philip, one on the left, one across the table. The hand on the right looks quite intriguing.
Yeah, already 5 pairs, but there's also a confirmed Ipeko. So this is the type of situation where I think I kind of want to hedge towards like the possibility of a normal hand if I'm Shimacha rather than hard committing to Chitoy like this.
Don't
Oh,
forget Chitoy, this is Honitsu shove.
yeah, or even Chinitsu.
Even that, yeah, especially because the Chun's been cut twice, the Haku's paired up across the table. Also has a Dora pair there as well now, so that's Chitoy Shanten with Dora too.
When it rains, it pours when it comes to Chitoy.
Seems so at this table for sure. Dealer with 4 pairs as well.
Atsu looks pretty good. Yeah, I like that 7-pin cut. Especially with 3/8 pin, you don't really lose much out of it. Because you're also considering just pulling the Haku and just being like, oh, yeah, my hand is normal. Shimacha has definitely nerfed their hand a bit by taking this route. Obviously, it's significantly more valuable, but the win rate has to have plummeted.
It seems like these hands should progress pretty slowly, outside of randomly finding a Chitoy Tenpai.
Yeah, it's really just like, will you find Chitoy Tenpai or not? Is the progression.
Here's gonna be a big question. Haku, are we committed? Yeah, fully committed to Chitoy. There's the 7 so. There were a lot in the wall, so not surprising that Philip draws one here. Ishanten now, probably like the Monzu. Oh wait, Monzu has 3 of the 3 mon cut as well.
I think you should just play the 5 mon, I think.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 pins are out, 3 of the 3 so 3 mon are out. Other one looks very good.
This is one of those hands where, like, on a day where I'm feeling cheeky, I might take the Shampong. Oh, well.
Just fill it, okay.
Yeah, just fill it.
Yeah, only 2 tiles in the wall for this week. Ricci, Dora 1 waiting on the 1 so, 4 so. Currently, those tiles.
The good news with that is that it's like, you can't feed Shimacha.
Yeah, that's right. No.
The tiles that Shimacha wants are just the tiles that'll, like, what will win the hand with.
And we saw Toyman drop the Hatsu, which looked pretty good once cut. Now 6 is a dangerous tile toss as well, so out goes the West.
I mean, the thing with Chitoy is, like, you can fight with anything. So it's like, you don't really need to, like, have a good weight. Or, like, have a weight you expect to get dealt into once someone reaches. But now it's a situation where it's just, like, it's tough. Yeah, we'll see not quite the fold, but just, like, maybe the normal hand edge. But it doesn't matter. Sumo Dora. No Ura, which is pretty significant, actually. Would have doubled the hand value.
I was preparing to change perspective. I realized, well, we could just focus on our current point of view. It's so
force a habit. Force a habit.
Exactly.
This game is like, despite the repeats, it does feel like this game is like progressing pretty smoothly in terms of speed.
Yeah. Once again, slow hands around the table and Honito on the right.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Doors the 4 pin. There are a pair in Kamicha's hand. And those shapes do look pretty reasonable. Floating tile, 7 so, 3 so, 7 mon. Very nice to draw around.
Trash. But it's like, I don't know. If you fill 1 penchant, the hand looks so much better.
Yeah, it's gonna be a miracle draw for Philip at this point. It's so slow otherwise. I mean, at some point, you're probably just considering turning this into Tanya, but all these blocks that are filling in are the Kanchan and Penchant, they're forming, not filling in yet.
Yeah. I wonder if there's a world where you're supposed to play 6-0 there instead of 3-0 and hedge like the 1-2-3 Sanchoku out.
That's possible, I guess.
It seems suspect at best.
If you're desperate for a chance to open up the hand and maybe speed it up a little bit, you definitely could consider it. But it's only East 4, and the score situation is pretty tight, so I don't think Philip's that desperate yet.
You're pretty happy if you're feeling how this game has gone so far.
Absolutely.
Neither of the bomb hands have converted. So the only difference between him and first place right now is that first place hit her on the Ricci that they won.
We do have call for the what's looking to be Chinitsu now on the right, but still pretty far away. And across the way, that's Ishanten for Ricci, Nomi currently the Kanchan Wade.
We are Ishan, we are Ishanten now for Philip.
Of course, a lot of pin tiles can upgrade the shape. Considering calling Chi here and move to Tanya, would you take this?
I like it. The problem is this.
Chi.
Yeah, it becomes more and more difficult to drop this 9.
No.
It's Hell Weight.
No.
Surely the 9 doesn't deal in.
Oh no. Alright, play the 1 pin. Draw another monster. Perfect. Alright, very good. Very good. Saved. Saved. Kamicha is also Dama Yakunashi Tenpai, by the way.
You're right. They threw away a door for the Tenpai, not willing to drop something like this. Oh.
Ooh. That's
8-pin.
I mean, you can 8-pin.
So we're at Chi.
Yeah, because like from this situation, there's just no reason to risk something like this.
Right.
I have no opinion on the switch here, by the way.
Yeah, nothing's come out on the table, so you have one 6 monitor calls, you have one 7 monitor calls. It's really just 50-50.
Decides to swap, maybe just for the sake of swapping. Both weights are kind of held. Ooh, all right. Significant upgrade in terms of weight quality here for Philip. Might be what he needs to actually save this. Could be another bomb defuse, which is again like a huge part about playing Akanashi, especially tournament Akanashi.
Yeah, I mean it's so hard to build a monster hand that when you get one, you almost just have to win it, and if you can shut that down, it's such a relief. And here it is, 5 comes out. So actually, I was talking with Philip. We were watching a game online, and we're talking about holding the dangerous tile until you really have to shove it. And right there, the 9-mon held until the weight switch came out. Who knew the Hellweight 9-mon was better than the?
Because like honestly, the 9-mon was probably getting shoved if we got Tenpai. But like, maybe it's like I don't know Philip that well, so it maybe. Just but like the fact that like the 7-mon got pushed makes me feel like the 9-mon was probably getting shoved. But maybe 3 calls you pump the brakes a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, also in this game we saw Philip playing very cautiously around the dealer door opponents. So maybe since Philip was dealer, he has more incentive to shove in this situation. But all in all, turned out well. Philip in first place now by 100 points, holding a lot of pin tiles and now door accepting 7-mon.
These are the type of games that I love for Akanashi. Like these games where it's just like it's a scrap fight and like every point is important. It's just like those are the fun games. I will happily like play games where like everyone's within 10k of each other. Obviously, it's not the case right now because one player's taking the brunt of it. But that's a nice Ishanten for Philip.
Yeah, holding up onto this floating force, so rather than greed, some type of Ipeco draw. Hoping for better shapes for the final weight, but I imagine if we get Tenpai, we just slam at Ricci.
Oh, it's a pretty good draw for Shimo, but they do have to cut Dora to make good use of it. Like iffy. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I like 5-mon there. 3 pins a bit speculative. Toyman might catch up. It really just depends on because there are 3 7-pin to find. Oh, that's the upgrade you've been waiting on this whole time if you're Philip.
All right, Ishanten for Ricci, Tanya, Pin Fudora. Sorry, Ricci, Pin Fudora, no Tanya.
It's fine. We'll draw 4-pin.
It is coming. 4-pin, then 5-pin.
It's hard to say which one looks safer between 9-so and 1-pin here. I think 1-pin looks marginally safer, but like both look pretty bad to Shimocha. And both look pretty good, and both look okay to the other players.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the 1-pin looks great against Shimocha.
Yes, very true. Oh, just easy Tenpai. That's the thing. As soon as you get that upgrade, it always feels like you just immediately get Tenpai.
It's the tile you've been waiting for just unlocks everything. We have That predicted Pinfo Ricci. The 6-9 Mon has 3 tiles left in the wall. To the 9
Most of
Mon.
them, so that's, or well, 2 out of 3 of them are the 6-mon, which will fit into, or at least will not be pushed.
Yeah, and even the 9 Mon is right next to the Dora, so it's hard to imagine anyone pushing into this, but still
But yeah, I
reasonable
mean,
chance
but
for
like
Tsumo.
this is a sumo hand. This is how you win Oyamon in games like this. It's just like either you punish someone for fighting you, or you hit Ura on a Pinfu sumo.
Yeah, Shimocha has been trying to fight as best they can. Could have thought about shoving the force, but
Sumo.
no, it's a Tsumo. And for Philip,
This is what breaks open the game. Even without Ura, this is a huge amount of points.
it's the Ura to 12,000 points, and looks like we picked a good game to watch first. Philip up to 44,000 points in East 4. The dealership continues. We're not done yet. Of course, 3 other games being played simultaneously. Jay and Jeremy and Will all going at the same time. I don't have
I could pop into the lobby, but like that seems like work. So.
we'll hopefully
find
be
out when we find
pleasantly
out.
surprised.
I think Jay and
Oh yeah, Jay and Jeremy are both streaming
Jay and
their
Jeremy
games
are both
live.
streaming their perspectives as well if you are interested. But they're also on 5-minute delay, which like we're on 5-minute delay, but we at least can commentate live.
Absolutely. If you want to watch those players, they're streaming on Twitch right now. Jay is JAIAKT, and for Jeremy that's Remy Nomi, REMYNOMI. You can watch their streams and give us updates too.
Actually, I'm gonna hop into the Discord, see if I can find the Tenho lobby. The official IORMC Discord, because I am still in that.
Sure, as is at dealer Philip, currently Ishanten for Ricci Nomi or Pinfu, if you can find the 3-mon first. 6-mon cut, setting up that potential Suji trap.
Not seeing the. Wait. Oh,
It's a little bit difficult for the door to be incorporated here. The door east, obviously very scary, but only been drawn by 1 player, so there's a lot of values just sitting in the wall. Kamicha will open up with Pei, call for Pei Nomi. And there's the door drawn by Philip. Will he shove it? Will he try to hold it? Out it goes, no calls. And we'll see if Toyman reciprocates or if he tries to hold on to. No, immediately discards. No pause whatsoever. Did not want that door in his hand.
No, it doesn't look like he can find this via Nadochi either. Damn. I guess like, especially with the way things are like set up, having an account that isn't part of the tournament in the Tenho lobby could mess up the pairing stuff as well.
Yeah, that's true. We do have a Tempai on the left. Again, the pay only will be worth 1,600 points, waiting 6-9 so. 9 so actually being held as a 6, switch to Shabo. Interesting move. That actually makes the wait more live. 2 tiles versus just 1.
Oh, the 9 sub was first.
Ricci.
Oh, you're right, it was.
Yeah.
And Philip then takes that opportunity to toss the 9 subs. But we do have a Ricci from Toyman. Ricci Nomi waiting on the 2-pin.
Ricci 2-tile Kanchan Ricci Nomi is interesting, shall we say.
Yeah.
I suppose with no Dora, you're not really gonna do better. Like, cause like you expect that no one on the table can use Dora, and no one's really representing more than like 1K in value.
Definitely just putting pressure. Philip already backing away from his hand. Maybe.
According to the chat, it seems as if Jeremy's not having the best go of it. It's a Korean player. Oh wait. Oh, apparently the Korean player we are in our game that we're watching is also streaming on Twitch.
Oh, very fun.
He is the one that ends in 24. I do not know how to read it though. I'm just browsing the module. Oh, and one of the Australians is streaming. I wonder if he happens to be at our game. One of our games.
Oh, there's a Sumo.
Oh, yeah. Do see the Champon Sumo. So Mawashi does succeed. My brain just immediately just like went to the plot line of getting over 30k is a big deal here.
Right. Yeah, we don't have the split Uma, although it is notable the Uma that we do have in this tournament is a little bit more like your classic Tenho Uma, right?
I don't actually know what it is. What is it?
I just had it. It's got Oka.
Oh, I see. Okay. So one of the Australians is streaming. Oh, whoops, no. One of the Australians is streaming is in first with in South 3, trying to play around in early Ricci. The Australian team is usually pretty strong. Right, there's Jay's stream. Looks like Jay is also not having the best go of it. Is in all last, 5,100 points down from third place, so is in last, but does have a playable shot at getting out of last place if he can convert a 340 hand. Unfortunately, the player he's 5,100 points down from is not the dealer, so 330 sumo is not going to be enough. All right, well, we will hope that can convert this win then, and that who else is playing? Oh, Will is channeling a little bit of what got him to the qualifier, what got him qualified in the first place.
Yeah, that's such a great story from Will. Was in need of a monstrous performance, and he delivered with something like a plus 120 something, 127 in a single game.
Didn't he win like a Kokushi like on top of like just already having a shit ton of points?
Yeah, one a Yakuman as well as those like Dealer Hane or Dealer Mangan, a couple of those, and just total domination.
Sometimes Mahjong be that way. I did that shit at the PML team tournament where I had like a game where I was 70k first in all out, and then I won a 13-sided Kokushi.
Yeah, and we do have Tenpai on the right. It is Tanya Door 2 waiting on the 3-mon. 2 left in the wall.
Oh, I like this pawn though. Just try to shut down the dealer. The more you can like make the game move when you're in first place, especially when you don't let the dealer play the game, the better your life's gonna be.
Good pawn for Toy Toy, but doesn't.
Easy.
And instead sumo's Tanya.
Hey Lamau, very good. Seems like we've had some scores come in on the right, by the way, into our sheet. China is big first. Not super surprising if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I heard the team that they're fielding this season is pretty strong.
I think like every country has their own way of qualifying for this. I like the way the U.S. does it. It lets like everyone participate, but I think some other countries just kind of like ask strong players if they want to play.
I see.
But it's also like it's a low enough sample size that like it doesn't really matter. Like it certainly matters to an extent, like you trust a certain level of player to like not screw up, but sometimes the tile is just like just decide that you're losing anyway.
Right.
I know for a fact that one of the Chinese players is better than I'll ever be at this game. So
yeah, and by the way, to that point about the Uma, with the Oka included, it's 35 plus 35 for first, plus 5 for second, minus 15 for third, minus 25 for fourth. So big bonus for getting first.
Yeah, so similar to M League, but not quite as skewed. All right, so it really is like just win.
Oh, big Tenpai on the left. Tanya Ipeko can reach this, but chooses to Dama.
Dama, that Dama may catch the 7-mon later, but like again, like this is one of the well, I guess not.
Really hoping for the 5-mon upgrade for Pinfu and Sancho chance.
Sumigiri chase this. Absolutely Sumigiri chase this. No. Come on, man. Like, especially now that you've like told me what the Oka is, like this is a hand you slam. I guess like they're dreaming of the Sanchoku Pinfu upgrade.
Right.
But like there are as many 7-mon as there are 5-mon, and winning 2,600 with this hand is pretty sad.
This Ricci is encouraging a fold from Philip. Makes a lot of sense. Dealer Ricci from deep third place. Don't want to mess around with that. There's a 5 Mon being discarded.
You're all making Philip stuff so much easier here. This Nine Stars is a little bit of much. Okay, they are just gonna fold. Interesting. I kind of
つも
hate this. Alright, but Shimo goes ahead and just smokes the Tanya Dora too. That they kind of got Tenpai without us noticing. Our tournament's very aggressive about these Kanchan Nomis.
Yeah, willing to. I mean, as dealer, it certainly makes some sense to take slightly
But
worse
actually,
Riches, but
yeah, it has actually come back to bite them a little bit. Those 2 Ricci sticks they've lost on that now are what is currently keeping them in last place.
you're right.
It's the little things that add up over time.
Oh, nice little high pie here for Philip with the Dora shape already.
Yeah,
Maybe you can think about Itsu in the future, but currently your shapes are elsewhere.
I hate this chin cut, but the dream with this hand is just like quickly win something. So I want to keep even like bad open outs just for like a little bit of extra time.
Got a very fast developing hand on the right. Ishunten already with potential Shabo, Chun, and Tone Weight. Although the Chun is twice cut now,
Yeah, the
so
Chun's dead. They specifically declined to call it the second time. I don't know if they had it the first time.
uh,
The thing is, like, I don't know. The difference between getting this hand closed and getting this hand open isn't that different. So I'm not sure how I feel about passing that when they could have just already been Brion and Tenpai. Like, unless you get like Richi Patsumo or a 3 or something, this hand's not going to change the standings.
yeah, every point counts to some degree, but it's still the first round, so you'll have some time to adjust your play in the later rounds as well.
Glancing to the right, the Ukraine looks like they took like or so far is small plus. Ooh, yeah, there comes some more scores in as the games that we had been checking in on, I think, have finished with the U.S. not getting the best.
Yeah, one thing I noticed as a player is the results from the early rounds do not they help. You know, of course,
You
having a
you
big
can't
lead, but
despair.
you can't give up after being down like
Yeah,
100 points at the start. And
yeah,
we
because
we
like
have
I remember the year that we played. Like the first game, Butane took like a fourth because she ate a like Yakuman Kaburi or something,
Mhm.
and then she ran it like all the way back up to finish like top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember you finished at the top overall, and even despite that bad first game, she finished way ahead of me. I was just like
But
middling out.
the three of us all made individuals,
Yeah, we
and then
did.
I think it was Patrick like just barely missed out.
And then Patrick, despite missing out barely from the individuals, I think had the best showing in the finals. Won his game with the most points.
Yeet. The team finals did not go well for us. Like I mean, we got second, right? Something like that.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, yeah. It was just like it was like a negative second or something.
リーチ
Oh, two
Yeah,
Richis back to back, and we're fighting now.
pretty
Kamichi,
easy chase, I think, for Toyman for
yeah,
last place, even though it's Nomi. But it's like it's Rionman.
Richi
We
Prefectura
fall.
on the left for the 1-4 on weight. 6-9 so across the way for that Richinomi. And
We
Philip,
really need Kamicha to not hold his hand.
yeah, that would
Even if
be
even if they win
disaster.
it by run, like we're still in a pretty happy spot. 1 4 looks pretty damn good though.
I think
I
they're
guess like it's only 3,
right.
but 6 9 so is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 I believe. So there's 1 9 so on the wall. No, 1 6 on the wall. It's all right. You only need 1. I believe in Toyman. This going to exhaust is also fine. All right, we eat up one of those 1 mon, which is nice.
Yeah, we have 1-so if we need it.
Is 1 so safe? Well, it's not like
It's
100%
Suji.
safe.
It's not
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
Shompai, so a little bit scary. Philip will drop
yeah.
anything that he can first. 2 pin
I think
passes.
I think I maybe try 3 so first. Oh, 2 pin passes. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's like maybe I try 3 so first
Oh,
because I just
Sumo!
never.
Last draw. Oh, this is big.
It's very unfortunate. All right, if we can avoid Ura, yeah, no.
All right, well,
No,
we're
no.
back to that situation, that even situation where the difference in the game is that Ura that Kavicha hit earlier.
That's, I mean, granted that was like slightly like less impactful. I think it was like 2K to 3,900. Yeah, it's definitely it's a 2v2 game at this point. Where Toyman's going to try to get out of last, and we're going to try to get into second place. We do have 2 Dora in this hand. So if we can find a way to win it... Oh, of course. Philip is so happy to draw that Chun. And it's just so sad.
Mochi Mochi, unfortunately.
Yeah. It'd be that way sometimes. If we
Hopefully
can draw Dora Anko, though, we can maybe get this to Menzan.
Right. 2 Dora in the wall, so definitely live. Kamicha also just an extremely nice hand.
Yeah.
Ishanten already with the final weight currently not very strong unless you can fill the 3-mon or the 6-mon, but
Palm 3/6-mon here.
yeah.
It feels iffy. Surely it's just 8-pin, right? Well, fully greeting the Dora. Yeah, that makes sense. I suppose I'm a bit biased by the fact that I know that we're not getting the Chun. Ayla Mao, of course.
Yeah, 2 8s so out as well, so it's kind of tricky to... At 3, actually, with the Dora indicator, so really not going to be anything other than a pair in this hand. Now the final 8-so comes out, revealing the full Kabe on the Dora. If you see a 9-so come out, would you Chun Atosuke? So would you Pon Atosuke?
From this three, it's so hard, right?
Kind of
like,
tempting.
I feel like you're probably supposed to, but like, look at... There's only one thing your hand can be after you palm the Dora, so you're really like relying on someone either being desperate or you calling it yourself. And now I definitely wouldn't take it.
Yeah, not anymore. We are approaching Ishanten all around the table. Kamicha has a really nice 1-mon draw that allows them to make 4, 5, 6 Sanchoku now.
Each.
Decides to give that up. Richi taken. And if Toyman decides to fold with Chun Chun, that would be kind of ideal for Philip. But I imagine they might even just con and fight from their last place position. Oh, they do!
Don't.
A Patsu! Richi, Chun, Dora 2.
Huge. Didn't even con to break the Imatsu. How nice.
And Philip, massively rewarded, takes first place going into all last. This is a big result if he can finish this out.
That is one saving grace of Mochi Mochi, is that like your tile so good. Or like it looks so good as a defensive resource if you have a pair.
Yeah, I tend to trust that pretty heavily.
I fed one in my last Armel session from a Chun pair. I dealt into Chun Tanki.
Yeah, that feels a lot better than something like this Mongon.
Yeah. Well, mine was like 64. This is like not that much better.
Oh yeah, I guess that's. You said Chun
limited.
Tanki. I heard Chun Nomi.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, Chun Tanki. It was like non-Onko in South or something.
Gotcha.
Like 52.
Oh, I remember. I was watching that game.
Yeah, I don't think I had anything better in that hand. That entire session was quite nice for me.
Yeah, you jumped into first place in the Armel standings in that session.
Yeah, my last 9 games have all been Rentais.
That's pretty
Sure.
insane.
It's been very fun. My last session, I played like all 4 games from the Boston airport, and it was very nice to me.
We're rooting for these Armel players in an IORMC to also hit Rentai all the way through the rest of the tourney.
Yeah, we just need 9 Rentais in a row from between the 4 of them over 5 games.
It looks like it'll be a bit of a struggle for Philip to put this hand together. I mean, Itsu would be lovely here if we can draw the right tiles, but almost every single other hand looks so much faster. Ishanten on the left, Ishanten across the table. Is that Ishanten on the right too? No, a little bit farther.
The thing to note, by the way, is that Kamicha does actually have a route to Sumo and Gyak Tennis. They can win a Richi Sanshoku, and with Sumo or Uro will be enough points. But if they get Yasume, that won't be enough unless they hit like Ipatsu or Uro2. It is not Pinfu at the moment because of the pay pair.
Richi.
Ooh, Toyman gets Tenpai.
Another Kanchan Richi.
Yeah. I wonder if this is a little bit of a mental boom, Richi. Because this Richi never gets you out of last, and the weight kind of sucks. Feels like this is a situation where like you could actually I guess like Mongon Sumo doesn't quite do it anyway.
Yeah, the gap's 12,000. So maybe just trying to pick up some points for the team. Philip somehow maintaining this e-shot that I wonder if he'll choose to fight here. 9-mon is Suji. And one's cut. Only 16 draws remain, so if it goes to Ryukyoku, that isn't the worst result. We can't get out of first place from Ryukyoku. So Philip doesn't need to go too crazy. One's so safe, but he's also looking at the rest of the board because...
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is feed some like weird Dama here.
Right.
Especially because you don't see you see 2 of the Chun, so most Damas, unless like you deal directly into Kamicha, aren't going to be enough to be a problem.
Kamicha still hanging around here, and Philip breaks.
Yeah, I think Kamicha actually folding this at all was probably a misplay. Because like your shot at first place here is like so good, and then like the fact that there was a Ricci meant that 50 was enough anyway. Oh well, they're Tenpai now.
Each.
And slams the Ricci. 5 draws remain. 2-5 pin. Not very live, but there's
Pin.
There's a 2 pin in the wall.
リーチ
Oh, and a
Any
chase.
sumo. Oh boy. Oh no.
Could it deal in? It does. And that's the
let's see if
Sanchoku.
And we lose first place. Bail him out. That's a Hanuman. Actually, does this does drop Shimocha into last place as well? I'm pretty sure. Oh no, they tie.
They tied because of the Ricci stick. Wow.
No, because the Ricci stick didn't go in because it didn't pass.
I mean, because Toyman took a Ricci.
That's very unfortunate for Philip, but I mean, like 28 is certainly not a result to complain about. Like you definitely miss out on. Definitely would have liked the additional 30 points there.
Yeah.
Very unlucky. But just not sure too much I really needed to do that.
No, but wow.
I guess they did have 3 of the 4 pin, but it's kind of sus.
Well, what a finish. I mean, I think all in all, we could say Philip played pretty well that game. Did everything he could to put himself in a position to win, and Kamicha pulled it out. It will be, I think all the standings are updated now. Let me check and see if they're...
Surely Hong Kong's not actually at +/-0.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe there was a...
It looks like, I'm going to assume Taipei, or TPE is Taipei, which is just Taiwan, but China's participating, so we call them Taipei. Great Britain doing well, China doing well. Chile looks like that was our Kamicha who sniped our first place, so it looks like they're doing well as well here.
Mm-hmm. I see one game's getting added as we speak.
Yeah. Indonesia, New Zealand, Australia, Brazil, the Russian independent players, Hong Kong, France. I don't actually know what SKN is. Do you have any idea what SKN could be?
Belarus.
Belarus?
Playing under a different name, different code.
Interesting. Why would that be?
Probably has to do with the situation.
Yeah. I'm not the most geopolitically up to date. Yeah, then
but Great Britain taking the lead after that last game was updated.
Yeah, I know 2 of the Great Britain players, so good for them. Or at least 2 of them. Maybe, actually, I probably know 3 of them, now that I think about it. Or at least I know 2 and their manager, and I'm not sure if their manager is playing. Oh, okay, yeah. Edwin just confirmed. It's Suiken United for Belarus, SKN.
Okay.
And then RIP is Ricci Independent Players, which is Russia. No, I put it as Russia Independent Player, but it gets the same thing. It gets the same message across.
All right. Well, just to update everybody on the U.S. results, we just, of course, watched Philip play. Barely lost out in the first place, but very strong second, plus 28.2 for Philip.
It does look like Will was able to secure a pretty strong first place.
Yeah, I'm seeing plus 37.2. It was a close one. You know, the starting points are 25,000. Will finish with 27,200. Barely squeaking out the win from the Ukrainian player by 1.1 points. But does pick up plus 37.2 for the team.
I wonder if there's actually seat tiebreaker if they like will go manually edit this. By the way, for our tie here.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Currently, the scores that we see are entered.
Though it looks like there's a bit of a bug on the website, the ranking website at the moment, because one of the players is already listed as having 2 first place.
Oops.
Uh,
We'll
you
get
know,
that.
I don't care how good your first game was. I don't think it counts twice.
I'm sure they'll get that fixed soon. It looks like in the third game for Team US, Jay managed to pull out the third place,
Okay, so he did. Okay, good.
taking minus 15.5.
I did check in on his stream for and his all last type fight seems pretty trash, but he did have a floating Yaku Haidora, so maybe he paired that or something.
And for the fourth table, Jeremy did take that deep fourth, negative 49.4. But it's been balancing out nicely with the other scores from the teams. So all in all, round one kind of a wash. We're sitting at minus 23.3 in the lower half of the standings, but of course, 4 more rounds to play, and top 4 advance to the final round in the team portion of the qualifiers.
Or wait, the thing I'm looking at says that Jay got 4th on my end.
Oh, did it?
39.
Well, that would.
I think it would make sense, yeah, because
Yeah.
we got like 2 fourths, a big second, and a first, so we're like slightly negative.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like actually looking at the standings, the U.S. got the lowest first and the highest second. Sounds about right. Still, right in the thick of things. Obviously, like the top 4 have immediately opened up a pretty big gap, but there's so much mahjong that like it doesn't really matter.
And let's see, when do we get our next game?
I would imagine probably like 5 to 10 minutes from now. Let me check in on the Discord ranking. One game is entered twice. All right. Yeah, it looks like they're fixing some stuff with the scoring. I think it's been mostly fixed, if not entirely fixed at this point. Yeah, it looks like it's been fixed. Oh, let's go. All right. So the person I know, let's see. So I'm just gonna glance at the countries that have people that I might know. So I know Kyril. He streams occasionally on Twitch. Also does the casting for our Ginger Cup when we play it. Very fun person. He got the biggest first in the first round. Guido, the player from Brazil, is another friend of mine. He got like a plus 51 first. I think he goes by like Nemo on Discord.
Okay.
Well, really, he goes by like 3 characters that I can't read, but we just call him Nemo. Murad did well representing Australia. Spoke with him a few times. I think I was on his team for my one season of participating in the Australian League. But I decided that I did not hate myself that much anymore to wake up at those times.
Yeah, I imagine the time zone was a bit of an issue.
Jaffa seems like he got like a mediocre second. Jaffa, like probably the best Sama player that I've actually talked to in person, or not in person, but it's like on the internet.
Right. I know he's always posting what would you do's in General Mahjong Discord.
Yeah.
For Sama.
Yeah, specifically Sama. A friend of mine for Singapore got like a mid third. It's like what? It's always like fun like looking at things like this and like, dang, I know way too many people.
and a bunch of names that you just sort of recognize from all of the IORMCs that happen.
Yeah. And even just like the COVID era of like playing tournaments online, like worldwide. Like definitely a few handles that I recognize. It's not always easy as well because like handles tend to change between Modsoul and Tenho because just due to the character limit. But for the most part, you can kind of parse it together. They have similar names.
Yeah, I did hear that they were going to start the next round in a couple minutes. Then we'll have 5-minute delay on top of that.
Yeah, I'm very jealous of one of the Argentinian players. They just have to tag Churin.
Oh, that's nice.
Like they just have Churin written in English.
Juden a Yakuman that I would love to win, and I have never gotten close to.
I won. I've won one. I won my one. I'm happy with that. The only other thing that I could possibly want out of Churn is to get it in Manzu, because like Manzu Churn is like specifically so much more picturesque to me.
I was going to ask you, was it in the Manzu? That's
No,
how
yeah,
picturesque it is. Like
yeah.
when I
I
think of
got
a
it. I got
Chuden,
it in
it's
Sozu.
okay.
Yeah, I got it in New York City's Club Night Friendlies. One of the months we were playing on Tenho, which was a fun time.
And
My
now that
high
you
five.
say it, I do recall the closest I've ever been to Chuden was in Sanma in Sozu. That Sama just doesn't count the same way.
No, it
It
does
doesn't
not.
feel right.
I did get it in Yolma, which was whatever 4 player. My high pie was Ishanten. It was very rigged. Part of the that was actually, oh my god, that was like a year ago, huh? Because it was part of like the Max's flow is ridiculous after pre and post hosting Cincinnati.
Oh right. And here's Cincinnati is happening in just a week. So
Yeah,
get ready
and
for the
the
match.
flow
That's why your flow is so good right now.
exactly according to Armel, the the flow is starting back up again.
Man, I don't play you right this season. I'm gonna say I'm gonna check the schedule, make sure I'm not playing
Uh,
you after
oh, let
Cincinnati.
me just double check. No, let's see. My next session's Steve, Jonathan, and Minko, which is a fun table. And then
So
lastly, it's me, Andrew, Andre, and Matthew.
so what I'm
Which like,
hearing is that you're gonna sumo a Yakuman and Steve's gonna be dealer.
yep, sounds about right. I did do that last year as well at Cincinnati. I submitted Kokushi on his deal, and then in all last I Rinshan and Oyamangan to double bust both Kathy and Lucas.
Insane.
Life was good tournament for me,
Yeah,
and it's a good thing that I didn't get to play, I guess.
we are seeing some games pop up, and that means that we have to decide which US player we want to watch next. We've already
Watch,
seen Philip, so there's
yeah, I wanted to
Will,
watch Red Zone's game or
Philip,
Will's game.
sorry, Will, Jay, and Jeremy. And yeah, Will is red zone, so we'll wait to see his game pop up.
Because I believe Will is playing with a Singaporean player that I know pretty well.
Also, you'll be able to watch the head to head.
Yeah, well, I just want to roast them.
And don't forget to anybody watching, there are two of the team members are streaming their matches. I'm not in the chat right now, so I can't actually post the links, but Remy Nomi on Twitch and Jay, who has just commented that the second round is starting soon. You can go to his Twitch page as well if you want to catch all the action, as much of it as we can at least, and give us updates.
Yeah, I'll put them in chat. I have the chat pulled up.
All right, 5-minute timer starts.
Actually, do you want to go back to you want to go back to the spectator or the game screen real fast? I'm just like curious for my on like my own end. It's like I'm sure there's like plenty of like new account 1500s, but I'm also like curious like all right, like what sort of Tenho ranks are we looking at from like around the world?
Yeah, 3 dawn, 6 dawn, 5 dawn, 4, 3, 2.
5 down with 2KR though.
Here's the 9 dawn.
Yeah, that's the guy that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
Izaki, I know has been in and out of Ho. They're a Russian player.
6 dawn, 1984, 5 dawn, 2010.
Yeah.
And then let's go a little higher. 8 dawn. Oh, I've seen this player.
Yeah, that's another one of the Chinese players. I think like QAQ is like a very common name ending
So it's
for
possible
Chinese
I've seen
players.
multiple people with that ending.
Yeah, because I remember like I see a lot of them when we play the Jinja Cup League. Either that or it's all the same person.
I believe this is the Japanese player.
Oh yeah, that's
Shirasu.
yeah, Shirasue. Which I'm pretty sure that's what they listed their name as well.
Right. I think they won their first game as one of the higher firsts of the event.
Yeah, I think they're in second overall right now.
Yeah, made it to third with plus 58
Oh,
point first
third
place.
overall. Oh yeah, yeah. And the second overall is the Chilean who sniped our first place from
Right.
Philip.
And Kyril with the top overall from the UK.
Yep.
Very,
All right.
very exciting stuff from these early games.
Yep. I'm gonna take this opportunity then while we wait to pop into the bathroom real quick.
All right.
I will be right back, and then we will bring you game 2.
All right, we are back, ready to start game number 2, round number 2 with Will Red Zone, and a collection of players around the table. Do you know who we have here?
Yeah, so it's Shiro is our first dealer. They are playing representing the SKN group, the Belarusian Federation. They're, I believe they took like a middling fourth in their first game. We've got Will in front of us, representing US. They got a small first, but any first is still pretty significant. Markino on the right. I'm just gonna call him Mark all game. I'm gonna be honest. Is from Singapore. He got like a middling third of the first game, and then Toyman is Swedish. I cannot read their name, if I'm honest. But they also got like a pretty meh, like a not like bad but a not great fourth in the first game. So no one running very hot at this table. Um, Will's hand looks pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, picking up a second Dora is awesome, and now we've got 2 Diamond Shapes.
Yeah, Ryanman Nishan on first row for Pin Fedora 2 is always quite nice.
Maybe Will considering holding the Diancon instead if he likes the 2-mon, but nope, sticks with the 3-mon discard. He'll just be playing for a standard Pinfu.
Seems silly.
It does, but I'm trying to find some reason to justify the hesitation on
Yeah,
the 3-mon cut.
it paused for so long that I was like worried. It was like, oh, it is early in the morning.
It is, yeah. props to all these players for waking up anywhere from 3 a.m. to
Yeah,
6 a.m.
Jay and Jeremy especially are on like West Coast time. Uh, I think Jeremy might even be like further beyond West Coast time, if I remember correctly. So their their time zone for this is very brutal.
But they are going to be playing their hearts out this morning, and we'll hope for the best. Isha on 10 for. There's the Tumon.
Wow.
Will had an inkling.
Like,
He knew.
There's a 2-mod Onko, all right?
He believed in the heart of the tiles. The
Yeah.
one remaining Tumon. Oh, it's Tenpai. Okay.
It's alright, yeah, we Tenpai.
Smashes the Richi pin Fudora 2, waiting 2-5 pin. There are 3 tiles left in the wall.
See, now we get it's fake wait one there. Now we get Ipatsu.
You called it Richi Pot's Beaver. Dora 2, it's a Hanuman. Bonus Uda just for good luck.
Yeah, 0 for the stat page.
And a great start for Will. This is exactly what Team US was looking for.
Yeah, so it's like Will is our chosen representative to fucking high roll the shit out of the tournament this time.
All right, Will, 5 first place. We're counting on you.
Yep. It's the past for people that didn't catch it in the first game, the past 2 years the US has gotten the first overall in the individual portion of the Scramble. Jeremy did it last year, and I did it the year before with just some like stupid bonkers flow, which has carried us to making the team finals for the past 2 years as well. So no pressure.
Yeah, we can't possibly hope that that's going to continue throughout.
But it'd be funny.
It would be
especially
hilarious.
because like it's gotten bigger every year as well, so it just gets harder and harder.
Oh wow, nice draw for Will here. Upgrades to a Jiamen. Now 3-4-5 Sanchoku is playable. Has a Honitsu to contend with on the right. Looking for the Chun. Currently, the Chun both walled. Around the table, lots of pairs across the way. Kind of slow building hand over there. On the left, more standard, but again, too many pairs. So definitely a race between Will and Mark.
Guaranteed. Mark is already salting about the fact that it's Ipatsu Hanuman. Or maybe he's just happy that he didn't eat the cavalry for once.
Yeah, that's
I saw him post an Ipatsu Hanuman that he was dealer for in his first game in a different Discord.
Oddly enough, drawing that 4th 1-pin puts Mark into eShot then.
Hey, well.
For Honitsu Nomi Bakahon.
Okay.
We do have a Tenpai on the left. Shido has drawn the Anko of the 9, so not declaring the Richi here for Richi Nomi.
Yeah, players maybe a little bit. Ooh, that's an interesting draw. It's like you could break Tenpai.
Yeah, hedge
and
the...
like aim for the dream Sanchoku.
Yeah, 2-3-4 Sanchoku, best Sanchoku.
Okay, now Will's actually sitting in a spot where he can get a Sanchoku as well, but does not need the points.
There's a con, does not... 4-pin
Yeah.
Tenpai.
Yeah, the Honitsu draws the Tenpai, so you might as well con. His Bakahon.
Oh, waits for the 3,
now...
so I don't know about that.
Well, it's with the Condor, now it's like Richi +1.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we do have Will, who, if he pushes for the 4-5-6 Sanchoku, would deal in.
And like just from like judging from the spectator, I think they might have had calls off.
Yeah.
Ooh, fantastic draw here from Mark. Does have to push the 3-pin, but like surely you do. Yeah.
Yeah, we've upgraded our hand to Mongon, and we'll see opponent across the way for Toy Toy Tenpai 2-pin Tuso.
Yeah. Toy Toy Nomi though, not that impressive.
Tuso's Dora, so there's Dora 2 in there.
Oh yeah, never mind.
We've made a Mongon.
Yeah. Okay.
And Will, in the meantime, just backs out. As soon as the Richi hits the ground, 7-mon destroys the hand. So we'll just be playing defensive.
Ooh, there's the Mongon as well. Toy Toy, Dora 3.
And that's not enough to take the lead, but will make this game interesting.
A rough for Shiro. But the one thing that might have actually benefited Shiro with that Sumogiri Richi was that the 3-so did get cut. So if someone's like paying attention to the fact that it's Sumogiri, like maybe you can convince yourself that like they would have rolled the 3-so if they But a lot of times Sumogiri Richi means that they just didn't have a Yaku.
Yeah, but
I actually I actually got that read yesterday on Peter. He damaed a no Yaku. He was like small first place in all S and had a no Yaku 3-6 mon weight. So I cut the 6 mon and then he Sumogiri Richi'd, but like the pause on it was long enough that I just hard committed to the fact that he was waiting some combination of 3-6-9 mon.
Yeah, you just have the
ran
read
it
after that.
down. Ran it down and ended up Yaktening.
That's why I say turn off calls. Don't
Yeah.
let that
Or-
delay occur.
Or just Richi.
That's
Or
the
just
way to go.
Richi when you're Ryanmen Senpai, even though it's Richi no Mi. Because like he was all last dealer, so like Richi no Mi is like not great for him, but like it's better than not winning.
Yeah, I wonder how much those reads, that you pulled that off in Armel. Did you manage to pull any of those off in IORMC as well?
Dependent, right? It was one, it was like long enough ago, and two, my brain was like fried. It was more like, at least the last time I played IRMC, it was just like literally everything I did worked, so I didn't have to think that hard.
That's fair. It certainly is a nice feeling when that happens. Will is Ishan 10 here for hopefully Richi Peiko. It's gonna be hard to get any better weight just yet. Oh, there's a Dora.
I think I like Formon because like I kind of want to like dream of the Dora acceptance, but I also want to dream of the Sancho too.
Yeah, that's right. If we draw a 6-pin, that helps. Also, preemptively setting up the City Trap on the 7 mon. And if we fill Tempai on the 5, so we have Ipeco anyway, so we don't need the Dora as badly. If we draw the 7, so we have the Dora, so this seems like the ideal way to go about it.
Yeah, if we feel Tempai on the 5, so then we'd feed Mangan.
Yeah, we've got maybe some issues. Although the 6-pin, now there's a lot of reason to go for the Sanchoku. It's just confirmed at this point, if we can get there.
Yeah, but I'm very worried about us drawing the last 5, so because it'll probably look good to Richi, and we'll just deal into 8k from Shimocha's Dama on our left, or Kamicha's Dama.
Yeah, there's only 1 5 so left. What are the odds we draw it?
Each.
All right, I'm no longer going to curse us.
That was very funny though.
I'm sorry, Will. I'm sorry. You can blame me later.
No, he deserves it.
All being said, we did win that Ipatsumo earlier for Hanemon, so right back to starting points.
Yeah, that's just to get back to normal. So not the best start, of course, but I mean, could be a lot worse. If you feed a Mangan and Akanashi, you're usually not in second place.
Right.
And still very, very playable. Quick check-in on Jay's stream. He is in East 2. Hasn't done anything besides lose 1k, he has turned a tile sideways, which is how he lost 1k. So he is currently Richi Pinfu Tenpai at the end of East 2. It looks like it might go to exhaust, but he might pick something up. Being threatened. I kind of want to stick around for this hand, actually, because I'm just threatening a Chinitsu in the Dora suit.
Yeah, in the meantime, in our game, we have Chito Ishanten committed to across the table. That's Tenpai now.
Ooh, Chito Tenpai. Pause.
Can wait on City Trap 3-pin best tile.
3-pin. Good tile. 3 on the wall. Never betrays.
It feels like Ipatsumo's coming. But why am I doing this? Don't say it.
Yeah. My entire Armel season has turned around since I won that 3-pin Chitoe.
Yeah, that's true. And Will, in a kind of rough position here, just going to bail out. It's really a waiting game.
You can't really do a whole lot here, because you don't really want to cut the East, even though it's 1 cut.
Yeah, not against Dealer Reach. Just hoping that there's no Tsumo here.
Looks like Jay did win his Richi Pinfu.
Very nice.
He got his 2k, no Ura. Then checking in on Jeremy. There's an ad. But it looks like he is also
unsurprisingly,
maybe 33k first. Whatever. I'll check on it later.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, with 3 in the wall, Tsumo is found, so Dealer really pulling ahead here for Team Sweden.
Yeah, that is. Sweden, who had a pretty rough go of it the first game around. So definitely could use this first.
And that's just the thing, right? Sweden, near the bottom of the stands here at -83, but if their Toyman manages to pull a great first place here, that already halves the distance. Remember, first place worth plus 35 on top of whatever points you get above starting value. So no one in the bottom half of the standings is out of it just yet.
Though, if you're like at the bottom after 2 games, it starts getting very hard.
Yeah, you might have to adjust the way you play, which is something that we might have to think about when we get there.
Well, like any individual team is also like 1 round away from like getting plus 200. You know, like you can just get 4 firsts.
Exactly right.
That's the thing about playing in like team events is that like if your teammates like also like you can run it up very quickly. By the way, Jeremy is like 30k first in East 4.
Very nice.
So very, very small first, but is first at the moment. Kamicha is terrifying, but not quite Tenpai.
Yeah, this is Mongon brewing here for Shido.
I wonder. I kind of like hate keeping this. Yeah. I like this. I'd much rather have the Force over on Shanten, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think I'm in total agreement with you, especially with upgrades in the pin suit for Itsu.
Tenpai do you take here? I guess, yeah, the 1-4 pin makes sense. Now a potential Sanshoku here.
5 pin immediately comes out and could have Toy Toy on top of it too.
Yeah, but I mean that like surely that only got cut because of it being cut.
Yeah,
right?
the hand to the right is really struggling, so very unlikely to just deal that 5 pin immediately into a Honitsu.
And Kamicha's discards are like suspicious enough that like you should probably have an idea that like okay something's up.
Well, Will has this Ipeco shape again. Now last time he had this shape, it didn't end very well. 2 pin clears again though.
But not the strongest weight in the world. I mean that is 3-walled. Toyman will probably cut it if I had to guess, just from like how strong their shot is.
Sumo.
Oh, that is sumo.
That's just
Sumo.
Yep. It will be.
This has been a very high flying table.
Yeah,
so far.
Mongon's Mongon Plus basically. The only thing that wasn't a Mongon was a Richitsumo Chitoi, which is 96.
Yeah, especially as Oya. 96 is like such a nice score to get.
It feels so good. It's like better than a Mongon, so you're already feeling better than you usually would.
It feels like winning 96 feel like even as like 350 feels better than winning 64.
100%.
Even though as non-dealer. Oh wow! Apparently the first game is already done. I don't think that like is the first game of like the Americans, just the first game overall. So someone was cooking.
No, they sped through that. Looks like Shelly picked up some more points. Will be the top seed after that game has concluded.
I did not see whose scores were updated accordingly. Looks like Indonesia might have picked up some points. Either that or New Zealand lost some points. I think New Zealand might have lost some points. Looking for like whatever's not in order. Oh, it looks like I'm assuming AUT is Austria. Also lost a decent chunk of points.
This hand for Will is going to be a bit of a struggle. That one Mondora has no home in this hand just yet, and the shapes are very poor.
You might as well dream of like pairing the 1-mon or something, just so like the hand is playable. Even like
3 pairs Chitoi.
Yeah, I immediately think of Chitoi when you draw the 3rd pair with a hand this bad.
Yeah, in the meantime, on the left, Dealer just continuing with the great draws, fills the 2-mon Concha, now has Ricci, Pin Fedora, Ishanten.
Shimacha hasn't really been able to do too much yet, and this hand doesn't really lend that much hope to that changing.
Ooh, Anko draw puts this at headless.
Yeah, Anko headless is ridiculously good. It's so disgusting how like wide this is.
A little bit of hope.
Of course, you have oh yeah.
For Will, 6-pin draw means 5, 6, 7 Sancho is possible in theory.
That's true. That is very true. Ooh, and now you can actually like buzz off this door and even shift to a Tanya.
Yeah, might be time. Maybe a little hesitance to drop a Dora after what happened a little earlier. Dama.
Yeah.
Mongon.
I mean, you can't really. I mean, it was just a good Dama. You know, you can't really. People get good Dama hands like so infrequently. You can't really like let it let it
Beach.
impact you. There's going to be the ideal tempai for Repin Dora, for Oya. Shimocha does have Ishanten. I have to think they'll probably chase if they can draw 3-mon.
All these tiles
So,
being drawn. Only one in the wall now.
Yep. I wonder where it is.
There it is. Found it.
Yeah, that's a pretty rough draw. Yeah, looks like Mark is going to be just folding out. Ooh. Okay, 8-pin gets pushed. And 8-pin is definitely a push. So we might see the deal in if our Toyman does happen to get Tenpai. However, Toyman could also draw 6-0 and chase.
Yeah, I mean, Will also, with this Mawashi, is Ishanten, has this Nakasuchi 6-pin, and also Genbutsu 1-pin to push if he does find Teppai.
You would. Ooh, that's a fantastic upgrade draw. Not like the safest tile in the world that you have to push now, but like, I don't like this chi, I will say. It seems not worth it.
There's only 3 of the 3/6 mod cut
Chi.
right now. It does take it. Not
Oh.
the Tenpai, though.
I'm not really sure what the point of that was, if I'm honest. Unless they like preemptively are trying to get rid of their own Haite. I feel like if you're gonna take that, like if you, because like I'm willing to like fight this if I get close Tenpai, right?
Yeah.
The 6-0 specifically doesn't look horrible, especially if you draw another 5-0. Is then like it's like half Suji 1 chance. But I guess like he saw his fold path and he took it.
Yeah, maybe with perfect draws, he can find some sort of K10, but was ultimately not going to press the issue if he didn't have to. And, whoa!
Dealer.
Dealer wakes up to 2 Dora and the South pair as well. So Yako High, Dora 2.
Home.
Will calls here.
The saving grace here is that Will's going to be pretty incentivized to hold on to this Haku.
Yeah, Dorataki has some value.
That's like most of the value of this hand. There's also like, okay.
Probably some considerations of Honitsu, but after that, Diamond pull.
Home.
Yeah.
Less likely.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like this game's going to be a bit of a struggle. There's the South Pole and Haku pair. Now it overblocked for Kamicha.
Gonna be Ishanten for Will. Oh, there it is.
Home.
The good news is that this is like still like Ryan Shanten at best. You can't like the problem is that like you can't let yourself be super afraid of this. That shouldn't be like the shape shouldn't be good that often, right? Oh, and there's the backfire, which is very helpful for us. Oh, fantastic draw for Will here.
Tenpai found. Can he defuse the bomb? We saw this in the last game with Philip managing to shut down some very expensive hands.
7-pin Genbutsu, easy push. There hasn't been any Tadashi since the Haku Palm. It was only the Tuso. Oh,
Upgrade 3 months safe.
Yep. Genbutsu. All of Will's choice is very easy so far.
4 tiles in the wall.
Dream is that Kamicha draws like a 6-mon. Oh, that is now Ryanman Ishan. The good news is that Toyman probably will not be cutting the tiles that feed. That is Tenpai for Toyman, actually.
You're not willing to
No
send
Yaku.
Ricci on kind of bad Shabo.
I think that's pretty reasonable, if I had to say.
And yeah, not even gonna maintain this Tenpai.
I would have pushed the 6-pin. I think pushing the 6-pin is fine. Okay,
Tusos.
Will can safely play the 3-so. Yeah.
And with a 6-so draw, would you play the Nakasuji or would you gamble for a Sanchoku chance?
I'd probably just play with 6-so. Seems not worth it. Ooh, this is tough. Does just jam it. I guess the 2-mon side is not the side that you're worried about with pushing 5-mon. But I think Will's just kind of said that like if you decide not to, so why make your Tenpai worse?
4-7 slowly running thinner and thinner. 3 left in the wall. And still not Tenpai for Shido yet. Oh, Khan. Are we getting that exciting?
I think you kind of have to con this because like you don't want to cut it. Oh, that's horrible.
That is.
That's such a bad feeling because like you con that 4-so because you don't want to cut it. And then you just like you get forced to cut it anyway, and you don't even get any Dora for your trouble. Now this might be a 5-mon. I might have played the 5-mon there. I think 6-mon might be like a street too far to push.
Yeah, I think Will's just kind of committed now. And still no tempo. I mean, with all the force so gone, the 5-6 so shape not actually that strong.
So just be like convinced that this is like a Honitsu or something.
5-pins Genbutsu. Are we
That's
actually
wild.
going to Ryukoku? We have
I would've
Haite.
Yeah. Haite push is gonna be tough if
Yeah.
we draw something with curse. Alright. Never got Tenpai. Safe tile Tadashi here would be pretty okay, yeah. You should I think that's like that 1-pin's a pretty clear indicator that they're not Tenpai. Like, and sometimes I'll bank on the like if they happen to get like the ideal draw on the very last turn, like, you know, so be it. You got me. So like the EV of like pushing like some random tile there it has to be.
Yeah, and that's very impressive from Will to hold firm against that
Home.
Mongon from dealer and manage to pick up 3k from that.
Could have even been a Han, right? Because it's like it's Haku non-Dora 3. It just needed one more Han.
Right.
Which like isn't the easiest thing to get when you're open like that. But like, you know.
Well, here they have another
Yeet.
monster hand, but Ricci first on the right.
Yeah, Mark finally gets a hand worth playing, but it is already a 2-tile Kanchan for Ricci Peiko.
And
But
despite
like, surely you pull this. Surely
Home.
you can't be that afraid.
well, it went non, so definitely a little bit of concern.
Yeah, I hate that so much. If I'm honest, like there's so few Suji out. Like you just push the 8-so, and if you deal in, it's like all right, well I'm lucky. Like this hand is too good to like be messing around with shit like that.
5-so came out, so 2-so now Suji trapped.
Yeah, Will does not feel comfortable pushing the Dora. I think if it was just Shimo's Ricci, Will might do it. But
Don't.
oh yeah, that was Suji. If it was just Will's or Mark's Ricci, Will might push the West. But Kamisha threatening like Honitsu would be too much of a problem.
Yeah, unfortunately that happened on Will's dealership, so we move into South 3. The chance to make it to second place is really running out, and at this point you might just be playing to confirm third instead. But
South is a mistake, straight up. You have to look at this hand for like the value here.
it actually has some value here with Toy Toy, Honitsu, or even Chitoi.
Yeah, Menhome Chitoi or Toy Toy Honitsu would both be like significant value plays here. Especially because like if you can, and the South especially was important because if you can get 2 Yakuhai, then like your Toy Toy's a Hanumon. Yeah, like come on, Will.
It definitely
We
feels like Will's
need
playing for
tiles.
the efficient path instead of the value path.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to skip last place deal. Like your hand's not that much faster playing it for like normal anyway. This is your shot at getting second place. And if you actually like if you win a Mongon here, you're like Mongon range for first place.
Well, now the path is clear. The
Yeah,
road is laid out. Honitsu or bust.
Yeah, the problem is a lot of the time this is not going to be like 39 or 52.
If you could somehow get there close before the East comes out.
Actually, yeah, I mean, if we pull in either of the wins, we're only on 30 fu at the moment, which is a little bit depressing.
Tenpai for the Swedish player Toyman 6-9 so with
The 9-so is looking pretty loose in Kamicha's hand as well.
second Dora now, a little more expensive. 6-0 as well
Boom.
will come out from Singaporean. It's going to be Yakuhai
Good
Dora
for,
2.
Not sure if that 6-so really needed to come out there, but it's pretty good for us.
Yeah,
Not like great because we had a potential comeback hand, but like good for
our fourth avoidance. As this game's wrapping up, I assume the other games are close to doing the same. But Will might have one last chance at a victory here. At least a hand win to accumulate some points. Dora currently resides in the hand. 2 completed shapes. Dian Kanchan. A little bit of work to do here, but definitely has some blocks to work with. And on the right, Mark might has a hand that can open for a little bit of speed, but probably doesn't have the value to do that. So might need to not call the south should it ever leave Shido's hand. A second door for Will is huge. Now we have Ipeco draws, as well as just 2 doors, super solid.
Hearing from Jay, by the way, that he got a nothing to do in second.
Second place, positive score is exactly what we're looking for.
Plus is plus. I mean, like a nothing second will probably like counterbalance this nothing third if we are able to hold on to it. Though if we can win this hand, there's actually some Gyakuten potential. This hand could be a Hanuman.
The Toyman Tempa as dealer on the Hellweight East for Chitoy only.
Yeah.
Probably
I imagine that's why they didn't reach it. Surely they should have just reached the 3-pin again if they remembered their flow previously.
Yeah, again, 3-pin all in the wall. We're holding this like Kutsuki Dian Shanten. 5-pin acceptance. In the meantime, on the left, that hand is turning into Honitsu. Here's the Haku.
Home.
One step closer, and a couple of the 2-mons is making this 3-4 diamond a little bit worse for Will. In fact, there's no 2-mon left in the wall, and only 1 5-mon.
Pretty good draw for Shiro though on our left as well. It has potential for the manga they're looking for now.
Ooh, do we get
Probably
off
a
of
little
the tone
bit, probably
here?
a little bit too late for it. I'm very surprised that they have not switched off this tone. I guess like they haven't really been given a good option, right? It would have the only chance they would have gotten was the 8-mon. Oh, Ishanten finally for Will.
Gets rid of the Sozu. That is the scary suit right now. Oh,
Yep,
door draw.
Fantastic hand from Mark, or fantastic draw from Mark, but he definitely will need some help. Oh, doesn't take the chi. That would have been Tempai, but it wouldn't have been enough points unless, like, even on direct hit. So maybe just like, but like, I don't think you really have a better play at this point.
Yeah,
right?
being Tempai has some value.
Oh, but now
Itsu.
actually now it's Itsu on the 9-so.
And
So you have to sumo or get a direct hit on the 9-so to get first place here if you're Shiro.
Tempai.
Oh, that's Tempai from Mark.
Gonna slam
Actually, now any deal in from Toyman to Kamicha will be enough points. Oh, now the con. Oh no con. Really? You're not gonna con with a weight that wide?
That's
insane.
some impressive holding power.
Don't call it discipline. Just call it bad.
Oh, there's the 9.
No, Mark. Oh wait, no, Shiro's gonna win.
Shido will take the first place with the Itsu Haku Honitsu.
Oh, I didn't realize that there's no Kyriage in this.
Yeah, no manga, no con needed.
Yeah. That's
So Will
okay.
Shido takes the first place. Will holds strong in terms of not falling to fourth here. Minus 21.5 for the third place finish. And we're going to start to see results from around. US climbing in the standings. We're up to positive 7.9 right now. So at least in terms of the early results, a net gain. Still some games yet to be played. I'm going to try to scan to see what's come in so far. Jeremy, you noted he was in the lead early on in that series. Did confirm the first place, 36,200 point first place for a total finish of plus 46.2.
Which means that Phillips' game, I believe, should still be going on because we have 3 results in then.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's see if we can find it.
I'm also very curious what the Renshan tile would have been.
Oh, I see. Is Elisa the Canadian player?
Alicia?
It's Elisa.
I don't think so then.
Okay. Oh, this doesn't seem to be going so
no,
well.
yeah. Because at least Ye is the Canadian who's
Gotcha.
like done very well at IORMC the past couple of years.
Yeah, it's a name I
It's not like
recognize for
going
sure.
Ishanten though. Not like fantastic, but definitely we can definitely salvage this out of last. Or yeah, we could even salvage this up to second. I'm not sure how I feel about the one cup though.
Yeah, it feels like this game's probably been just dominated by Shimocha, and it's been a matter of who's dealt in and who's just bled out by Tsumo.
リーチ
Big Ricci across the way. Ricci, Tanyao, Pinfu, Sanshoku chance with Adora. Philip Shanten now. Mike. Forgoes the Ipeko in the name of safety. Tempai now. Oh, Yaku though, just Ricci Nomi currently. Does he dare take this fight? Dama hoping for a Dora upgrade? Not yet. Maybe if he draws the 6-mon for Tanya, he'll consider it again. Eight so comes out instead. That's a big deal, and not the Takame. But reach pin for Tanya Dora is going to be a Mangan. 11-6 for dealer, and just like that, placements
we're
are
not
changing.
last anymore.
Yeah, not
we're
last.
not last anymore.
Not last, but chance of getting second very slim now. Phillips high pie looks somewhat promising. Slight chance to eat in the Soza, but if you're playing efficiently, you're probably going to toss away the 1-so, 1 pin, and maybe even turn this into a Tanyao. Hatsu's the Dora, and we can't see any actually. They're all in the wall somewhere.
That makes it kind of tough because like you draw one and just like your instinct is just maybe I just get rid of this before it's a problem. Like, if you have one from the start, it's like I can greed onto it for a bit.
Ooh, that's
all right, Itsu.
Itsu Ishantem.
If we can win a Mangan here, just getting second place is so very doable.
Absolutely, Mangan Sumo has second place eating Oyakabiri, so that's a 12,000 point net gain. Plus Homba as well, don't forget the hundreds, those count. Something like Richi, Tsumo, Itsu.
Rizuma Itsu, or even just like Richi Roll and Itsu. The problem is the 3 of the 8 so are not the easiest tiles to find if you look to our right.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of a problem.
Just a bit.
Just gonna go out on a limb and guess that that's kind of been the situation all game long. With a
Sometimes it'd be that
57,000 point lead.
Yeah, it does not want the technical upgrade because like why would you?
Pretty committed at this point. We did see a door draw from Toyman, who is moving in the direction of Honitsu. Could be a pretty powerful hand here.
They do also have the East pair.
Yeah, East Honitsu, door 2.
It's like Shimo just wants to get out.
Extends for their point position.
Yeah, understandable. Problem is, like, we really need to win this hand for Philip to have any shot at getting out of last. All right, well, you can still have taken Tempai there. Because you have Sanshoku. I wonder if they missed that, or if they just really don't like Adazuke. Now they've, I guess. Well, the obviously like no Yaku call from Shimo, and now the fact that they're Honitsu is probably going to lock the door into Shimo's hand.
We did see a Richi.
Kamicho Richi's. It's just Richi Pinfu, but if we end up feeding this, it's going to be a problem. Surely not, right? Your first place. Your first place, please. Okay. Wait, what is 8 so? What? What is 8? What?
2 chance?
What is this shit? Just play 8mon! I guess like they don't want to feed the dealer, but like, what? Ugh.
Yeah, tough spot for Philip here to try to defend without completely giving up the hand. Decides the 6-9 Monsuji is just too hard to press, especially when you have the Honitsu across the table.
Yeah, I might have pushed the 9mon, but I also, have the benefit of omniscience.
Right. Oh.
That's surely coming out. Which is actually pretty, really.
Holds on. We've seen some very defensive play. Maybe just the, nature of it being a big tournament.
You call it defensive. I call it boring.
Hey, I think defensive play is quite exciting. Thank you very much.
Alright, well, Philip's back to Ishanten. Could get this actually to K10. There is still a 3-so to be found.
Yeah, I would absolutely call for K10 if possible.
6-so might be a little bit too much to push for it, though. Surely 9 months. Yeah.
And middle blockers, not very many out there. 2-4 so from our perspective, and a 5. And just even if you find that 3-so, it's going to be a really tough ask to shove the 6-so on Haite. Hoche, as the case may be. What is your safest tile? Goes with the 9-pin and does manage to dodge. So this is going to be really tense all last situation. Dealership passes to Kamicha, who's in 4th place. Philip barely hanging on to the 3rd. This high pie, much more promising than the previous ones.
Yes, this is definitely... It's not really... We would need Hane Sumo to Gyakuten second, which is probably not going to happen unless there's like some fucked world where we get like a 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku out of this that incorporates Dora. But like this is definitely a hand that you're like, if I got this hand on ladder, I'd be ecstatic.
However,
so
good,
yes, get me out of last.
However good our high pie is, Kamicha slightly better. They're already Ishanten.
Yes, and it did just draw a Dora that they can like work around. The thing with Kamicha's hand is though, like it's Ishanten, but most of the tempais right now are quite bad.
Yeah, bad Shaba weights everywhere. That 1-2-2-2-3 shape. Will Philip with all these 5 months.
Yeah, if you draw the 1-pin, I wonder how much consideration there is for Dama for like Sananko. And try to like actually maximize the value of this hand.
Oh, that's a good point. I mean, I'm sure they want to get out of 4th, but at the same time, taking a chance for 2nd place is significant as dealer.
Yeah, Ishanten now for Philip. If the Tempai does hit, he will be able to snipe this the 7-pin Dora into Tempai. Should be... Ooh, well, never mind on that. Wait, what? Why would you play 1-pin, 1-pin? No!
It feels kind of similar, but how about 3-so, 1-so for that Sananko?
They just cost themselves, like, a significant amount of right there, as well as Sananko. Sorry, what did you say? Too busy yelling at Kamicha.
No, I was just kind of mirroring your thoughts. I hear your mic bouncing around a bit, though. So I didn't quite pick up everything you said.
Oh, yeah. I'm just,
Oh, we do have Tempai on the right. Not willing to take the Ricci here for Ricci Dora 1 with a Penchon weight.
Country Lisa is representing.
Oh, yeah.
Seemed like a terrible Ricci to me.
That is Sweden.
Sweden? It's like very rarely actually lose any. Oh, Tempai for us. This I think I probably would Dama. Because like it's pretty easy to upgrade the weight. Okay, we are gonna go ahead and take the Ricci. There are 2 6-mon in the wall.
If Kamicha does find Tempai with 5-8-mon, they would be dealing right in.
Let's see, this is why you keep the 1-pin. Oh, what? What?
They deal it anyway, thank you.
Thanks, I guess.
Ricci Pats Tanyao Dora. So Philip, a big 10,000 points to...
I'm so confused as to why that happened, but like, you know what? we are no stranger to receiving gifts.
I mean, as you noted, if the 3-so, 1-so had been cut instead, that would be Sananko Tempai discarding the safe 7-mon on 6-9 pin.
Yeah.
You could even Dama that and hope for Suanko, but I think maybe a little too greedy.
Even Suanko Tanki. Because, I mean, like, Sananko Dora 1, I think you could Dama anyway, because it's 9,600 points Dama.
That big win for Elisa for Team Sweden, and Philip mitigating damage is a big result as well.
Yeah, so that so with the results from the other games, because I think our standings are updated, did have a slightly positive second round. But I think more importantly, no one at the top really ran away. The top like 7 scores are all pretty much like where they were. So it's still like pretty doable. Like if all of a sudden 3 teams were at like 230 because they had like back-to-back great rounds, then I think it would have been a lot harder to actually play for top four.
Yeah, we've seen some strong play from the US players, so we're just looking for that round with 4 first places. And all of a
Yep.
sudden we'll be right up there at the top 2.
Which it doesn't have to like all be at it doesn't have to all be at the same time either.
No, that's true. Everyone can take turns.
Yeah, if everyone can just get a first place. Ugh.
Eagerly awaiting that last result to pop in. I want to also look at the individual scores and see if anything exciting has happened.
You got refresh this page that I have open. Looks like there are 4 players that have won 2 games,
Including
Okay.
the Chilean player from our first view.
Yep. Looks like they got a pretty sizable first as well, because both of their firsts have been like 50s or like 50 to 60 average.
Yeah, plus
Uh,
115 after 2 games.
a lot of the Portuguese players actually had good results that game.
No surprise we see Portugal in the positives now then.
Actually, the player that just fed us was also Portuguese, so that'll hurt them a little bit.
Currently, it looks like the top US player is Will with a first and a third, slightly in the positives. Looking for some more of those first places to bump up in the standings. Will actually just outside of the top 32 for the individual cut.
Yeah, the U.S. is kind of all just like mid at the moment.
Yeah, actually looking at
No.
these scores, nearly all of the US scores are just like almost plus minus 0, which makes sense given our overall score, but it's funny to see us hovering around in the middle of the standings, just waiting to break away.
Would have been nice. Jay is currently sitting in 69th, right where we planned it.
Perfect. Very, very
uh,
nice.
yeah. Yeah, so we've got like a couple of small plus, a couple of small minus. Not really a whole lot to be done about it at this point. But like any first from any of the U.S. players will like catapult them up. Like I think like Portugal last round like wasn't doing super hot, but I think like they have one of the players that's gone 1-1. Another of their players got a fairly sizable first because they're now like plus 50 with a first and a third, which is the highest of anyone with that score line. Looks like Kyril, our game 1 leader, took like a middling third, so he's fallen back in the pack a little bit. But the UK is still 3 players in the top 25, so they're doing pretty well for themselves as well. Decent chunk of player. To 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players have gone fourth. Fortunate for them. None of those are the U.S. though. We're happy with that.
Yeah, Philip was describing the game that Shimocha we hopped in was at 50 some thousand points. They won a Baimon, Honitsu Toy Toy Dora 4, and then Dealer Hanematsu.
Yeah.
And when that's happening, you're kind of just hoping that you can mitigate the damage as best as you can.
Yeah, I mean we have 96 players. So you've got 24 tables playing at the same time. Like one of those players is gonna win some fuck shit, you know? Like it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Law of averages.
It looks like they are still going on, so maybe we can pop in on one of these other tables and see where we stand. Do you recognize any of these players?
Let's see. Of we're looking at so far, these 3.
Yeah.
I recognize Suba. I believe they're a Portuguese player that I used to play with back on like the old Reach Out days.
All right, let's take a look at Suba. and see how this game is going.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because these are still the games that are ongoing. I think they were fairly high rated on Mod Soul back in the day.
Well, it looks like this is very similar to the game we hopped into just a moment ago, where our Shimocha is just dominating.
Yeah,
Kamicha making a fair show of things as well with 42,000 points and the dealership.
and a pretty nice Ishanten though. It keeps going now. Richidora won
Good
for
weight.
from Shimo. Let's see, who is 5mon's a very confusing cut there from Toyman, so there might be a reason that they're minus 16k.
Well, it did allow dealer to retain the dealership. Maybe all part of the plan.
Wall Richi.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this hand isn't the Yakuman I need. I don't want dealership to pass because I need more rounds. So let's feed Kamicha Tenpai, and then the
Yeah,
Richi player will deal in, and I'll get another chance. And it worked. But oh my goodness, what is that on the right?
Magic. See if I can find the who else is still playing.
Looks
Oh,
like
it looks like our Kamicha is Chinese, so looks like China's score will be going up even more, assuming that they do not lose second place. Ooh, the open con does create 2 Dora for this Toy Toy,
yeah, Con 4 flow indeed.
but Shimocha's hand is quite quick, though it doesn't actually have any of the Dora despite being the Honitsu in the Dora suit.
A 7 Mandra would be quite welcome though. Allows you to accept the Dora for the win.
Yeah, like Hakudra, just have the Takame out.
Okay.
I wonder. I mean, do you take the Shampoo at that point? Well, I guess you take the Shampoo now.
Home.
Yeah, this is not really the shampoo you want, but it's the shampoo you got. So
Yep.
very upgradable if you draw 4 Mon or
Wonder how
7 Mon.
wonder how much consideration Suba is given to cutting this Hatsu, because like surely you want to cut it before it like is terrifying to Shimocha, which like it kind of already is, I guess. Like I'd be too worried about it being held. Kamicho looks like they're full committed to this Chitoya, which makes sense because there's no world in which they ever cut this Amon. They declined.
Sumo.
Oh,
I'll just draw it. But now
I'm-
Mochi Mochi. Oh, and just Sumo. Alamau.
I'm always amazed when the middle tile Shabo wins, but
Yep. Yeah. I mean, give it enough time. And
yeah, I mean, recently there was a middle tile Shabo that won in A2 of the American Richi Mahjong League
Yeah.
for Daisangan.
Oh. I won a less impressive middle tile Shabo in my games yesterday. I was Suanko Ishanten, but my weights were 5-1, 4-pin, 5-pin, so I just pulled for Tanya Toy Toy.
That's pretty good too.
Did end up getting it, but it was just like, man, 52 feels a little bit sad.
Compared to Suanko, for sure.
Yeah, was very important though. It got me over 30k at the time, and then let me be in position to win the game afterward.
Looks like a Honitsu to try to finish the game off. Dealer can call the East if it ever leaves Toyman's hand, but it looks like they're trying to play for Honitsu, so it might be a while before that happens.
I might even just be playing for bad Kokushi, if I'm honest.
That's a good point. At negative 16,000 points, Kokushi would be very welcome.
Yeah, they do have 2 Dora though, so it's like, I mean, sometimes like you just take your Mangan and be happy. Not sure how I feel about the 6-0 cut from our prospective player here. All right, yeah, no. Why I don't really understand what we're doing from the Oya's perspective here. I don't really get why we cut any of the tiles instead of the Hatsu or the Nan.
Well, really relying on these Yakuhai for some extra value. Is Ishanten right now? Would love to pair up South or Hatsu, even once cut.
I mean, the Hatsu, yeah, yeah.
Definitely not the efficient way to play this. But...
Surely, please do not con this. Surely this is just Toyman figuring out how to cheat, right? All right. Yeah, now...
Chi.
Yeah, well, there would have been the Tenpai. Wait, when did Shimo's Shadow's hand become this good?
Yeah, somehow was turned into just Chinitsu.
I think you can actually palm that. I think you can actually palm the 5-month.
Yes, well, this Chi feels
Surely
kinda
take this
similar.
Chi. You have to take this Chi, right? Use Chi 79.
Yeah.
No, really? This is just making me mad now. It's this entire hand is just making me mad. Okay, probably not gonna cut the door into what could be like what could be a last place Paimon.
Right, yeah, definitely don't want to feed that. I mean, if you lose 16,000 points, that actually
Chi.
drops you to second.
Also, why are we holding the 9-mon now? What? I guess now like this whole gambit around holding the East is now paid off in the sense that you can wait for Dora like the complex Dora shape if you ever get an East palm. Instead of just like, winning the hand 3 times over.
Yeah, Shimo now gonna probably full bail, holding a door, holding a pin tile.
Surely there's no way you cut a Pinzu here if you're Shimo. Like you can't be that oblivious, right?
Yeah, it's going to be full, but oh no, the 8-pin switched to Shuntanki and does not get rewarded.
Oh, the sumo miss. Oh, what if sumo? But like, surely Shunpai Chun looks like 1 scary to Toyman and 2 like probably better as a weight than random 8-pin. Who knows though? Why is this? I don't understand what's going on. But it looks like this game is going to end with unless. Okay. Okay.
Ryukoku in the end, placements will be confirmed. Plus 69.9 for
Kamichuk picks up a few more points. We're just like, I don't know. The entirety of like those last couple hands that we watched were very confusing to me.
well, I
But
believe that is all the games in.
yes, I think so. So that should be the updated standings on our right. US definitely has some work to do, but playable.
Yeah, currently
It's like what Edwin has is also different than what the IORMC people. I'm sure that'll get figured out at some point, maybe.
yeah, I don't know if maybe the difference has to do with that tie that we saw, or
Maybe.
or how significant the difference is.
Yeah, because Chile was involved in that, right? No, Chile. Yeah.
No, Chile won the game where there was the tie.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Actually, what I'm seeing now, oh yeah, it's a little bit off for Hong Kong. And is there another team that's a little off? It is France. Or no, not France. Portugal.
Those aren't the teams that had it for us. Whatever. We don't get paid for this.
They'll figure it out.
Yeah. That's not us. Not our problem.
Yeah, for us, the difference is significant. It's showing Portugal at 2.6 on one standings and at 110 on the other. So very, very significant difference in points there. But on both metrics, US is in 12th place overall. Right in the middle of the 24 team tournament.
Take it. I think even if this round like doesn't go well for us, then we probably have to like either get really lucky or give up on top 4. All of our players are within striking distance of top 32 individually.
Yeah, and that will be a big win for each of the players individually. I know I certainly had fun the one time that I made the individual tournament. Got out in the first round, but it was quite entertaining because there was
I wasted all my good luck on the team event.
I had the weird situation of being in third but only top 2 advance, and so I kept
Yeah.
trying to build a hand that had enough value to take second place. And when I wasn't getting there, I was just feeding the dealer so that they would keep repeating, and they were repeating over and over again. I had it like 3 times, and finally I got my Mong on hand, declared Ricci, and first place fed second place, and game ended.
you made the effort where you could.
Yeah,
Which
the
is
the
important.
second time I qualified for team or individual finals, I couldn't actually play in them because I was at Cincinnati.
I remember Wales actually played it the same day. I was just like, that's such a bad idea, but like respect.
Yeah, that was the same tournament.
Yeah,
That was so much fun.
like he qualified and just decided he was actually gonna play, and so he woke up at like 5 a.m. to play IORMC finals, and then played Cincinnati like 3 hours later.
Yeah, I didn't know if I would have enough time to finish the individual finals and also play in the tournament, so I just didn't do the individuals.
I am very hungry. Like nothing's open yet.
Oh, I am hearing an update that they did indeed fix the standings on the website, so the ones that we have were indeed accurate.
Because Edwin is a genius.
Yeah,
Clearly.
big shout out while we're waiting for the next round to start. We'll probably go on a break to hold off the delay, but before we do so, big shout out to Edwin for running the qualifiers for Team USA, making sure everything is organized on our front. We're always on time and ready to play, and we have our stuff together. It's so important for the tournament to run smoothly that each of the organizers make sure that everything is going so smoothly. And Edwin also not only takes care of the US side of things, but also helps the tournament organizers run the event itself and has made a lot of suggestions to help the tournament run more smoothly that have panned out significantly, including
It
with
definitely
a,
feels like this is something that improves every year. It's
absolutely
like
the
it's
experience
always a
just gets
little
better
bit
and
of
better.
a mess, to get 96 people to be on time on a global schedule. So like the beginning is always a little bit of like hit or miss, but like you can only do so much. 100 people around the world being online at the same time for something is not an easy thing to facilitate. So all credits to the organizers. They are what allow us to play the game without really thinking too hard about it. Or wake up too early and just decide to commentate on a whim in our case.
For sure.
I'm gonna actually put on some food for myself, so I will be right back.
Yeah, actually,
I
I will.
imagine we probably have a little bit of time.
Right, a little bit of time before the game start. We'll be watching for the 5 minute delay. When it comes back, we will have round 3 out of 5 of the IORMC 2023 qualifying round. Be right back. Alrighty. Gate round number 3 about to start. I have got Nichiban, that's Jeremy's profile. Game about to begin here in just a minute or so. And of course, for those of you who have been following along, if you haven't heard yet, games are happening all around. I guess I should say streams are happening all around Twitch. Jeremy is one of the players who is streaming his games. Twitch.tv/RemyNomi, RemyNomi. You can watch from his perspective as we also watch from our own. Maybe we'll have similar thoughts about the hands as they develop. Starting as the first dealer here. Let me see if I can try to find Jeremy's opponents and see if we've got their rankings. It looks like Nociel is from France, currently in the lower half of the standings with a 2nd place and a 4th place. For Plugi, that is going to be an Austrian player with a 3rd place and a 4th place. For Hakumen, that is a Korean player in the upper half of the standings with a 1st place and a 2nd place, 12th play overall, in fact, and in the top 32. So definitely competing for an individual spot there. Jeremy opens up this game with a pretty reasonable high pie, completed shape already, and a door acceptance in the form of a 4-pin door East paired up as well. As double East, we'll see an instant pull and a good looking high pie for Jeremy. Around the table, not bad for every one of the other players. It's definitely going to be a contested round for sure. In fact, I think on the left we already have an Ishanten for potential Richi, Tanyao, Sanchoku. Considerations to hold this 5-mon for more Tanyao outs or just discard it for Itsu draws. One of the benefits to holding the 5-mon is that if you do draw the door, you can turn that into a diamond shape, but we're just going to hold for the Takame Sanchoku chance. And Jeremy has extended these shapes a little bit. Ishanten now with some very nice draws. 5, so not really helpful here. We just need to complete this Mon block and hopefully draw a Dora, of which there are 3 in the wall. So 3-pin, very live. And there's the Dora. Which way do we take? Shabo or Kanchan? Moves towards the Shabo. A weight that certainly is upgradable. We just have to be a little bit careful if we draw the 2-pin. Cutting the 6-pin does put us 50-10 with 3-sided. Might choose to take that anyway. Currently his weight is live. 1 of each of the 6s in the wall. But Tempai found for Hakumen. This is Tanyao only. No Pinshu, no Sanchoku. We'll hold off on that. 7-pin is a great draw for Jeremy, who now upgrades to a 3-sided 2-5-8-pin weight. Fortunately, there's only 1 8-pin in the wall, as well as 1 5-pin. There's going to be a reach taken with the Nakasuji created. Jeremy's not going to care, just going to shove against this. And the 2-pin also only won the wall, so not very live here. Oh, Dora drawn. That's unfortunate, but it does pass. Welcome back, Max.
Hooray. Alright, I come into us winning.
Boom.
Let's go. I'm good for
Yeah, Max shows up, find a 2-pin, 5,800 to start us off. Jeremy won the last game with a very positive score and hoping to repeat here again with the East pair and great shapes everywhere.
That's good. Another double tone pair. Always nice to like. It feels like the world's smiling at you a little bit when you get double tone a few times in a row.
Might just end up being the pair in this hand with these diamond draws. And there's always a world where you just take Shabo Richi instead and really rely on that double East coming through.
The double East is just so much value compared to like Ryanmen Nomi.
We'll need to wait long. Here goes the East from Hakumen, and we are currently 2 away from Tempai with excellent diamond shapes. Can just call the way down.
Gotcha. Who are we playing against, by the way? Do you know?
Yeah, I just looked at these. Hakumen is the, in terms of the individual standings, highest on the list from South Korea.
Okay.
And I believe the player on the right is French, and the player across the table is Austrian.
Got it.
Both of them had taken a fourth earlier, so on the lower side of things.
Okay, so no one running super hot again, outside of Hakumen. Let me see if I can double check on my end. Oh yeah. Seems that he has been doing quite well. Him and another Korean player are both a first and a second, contributing to why they are. Actually, oh no, they're not doing particularly well. I guess the other Korean players are really struggling.
Tenpai found. So Jeremy chose to take this headless shape. This is the one downside when you fill the Jaman, you're stuck with a Tonki, but a Tonki at least is you can shift
It's
it.
Tenpai. Tenpai is Tenpai. So I'd rather have a hand that I can win than a hand that I can't, even if the weight is not always the ideal.
How do we feel about once cut Sha Tonki?
Probably what I would switch to, yes.
Got a very exciting hand brewing on the right though. That is Suanko Ishanta. Oh, with two Dora. Could be Chitoi if you drop the 5 and then the 3.
Yeah, you can guarantee Chitoi Tenpai. I think that's probably the move. Or assuming you don't draw another Onko.
Oh, he wants more, but instead the Shah is drawn, and Jeremy will cut that hand short.
Yeah, the like Tonki tiles, I think it's really just like you really want those tiles that can just come out for like just on accident.
Oh, any guesses as to what's paired up in Jeremy's hand in High Pie?
Yeah, and he has another Dora. Granted, not a particularly easy one to use, but still. Well, it could be another 5800 coming our way.
Yeah, must be nice. We'll see if he can pull this through. Actually drawing a lot of pairs now, up to 4. And if we consider the Dora half of a pair, it's like, 4.5 towards Chitoi.
Probably well, if the Dora is half a pair, then everything else is half a pair as well. So that's like
no. The other ones only count as like a tenth of a pair. Dora is definitely much stronger.
No, they're. But if we count them all as half of a pair, then we have 6 pairs.
That's true. We'll see how the rest of the table is doing on the right. Again, a lone Dora and multiple pairs, 4 of them. So that's obviously a Chitoi. Actually, might be inclined to play it that way because it might be tricky to put these shapes together. There's a 5th pair for Jeremy. Across the way, Chun has been discarded once, and more pairs. This is Toitsuba.
Even like Toyman also has 4 pairs, even if their hand looks a bit more like normal.
And we did see Jeremy, after pairing up the 5th tile, cutting away from the 2-3 So Javan, in fact, wanting to hold this Dora for a chance at Chitoi Dora. And now pulls in a completed sequence in the upper Manzu, so we could return to the plan of just calling the East.
Yeah, I think calling the East is pretty like reasonable here.
You could even consider putting the 7 Mon there for a Toy chance.
That seems very
that's suspect. Optimistic, right?
Yeah. It's like, granted, like you got one of the hard tiles to pull, but like you're still so much further away. That's a very unfortunate backfire.
Yeah, in the meantime, on the right, there's just a full con of Hatsu waiting to go.
Yeah, and that is going to be... Oh, takes the reach. He declines 2 Ryanmen to go after the Sananko. May end up getting punished here.
Yeah, a chase by Hakumen for Richinomi, and Jeremy says, you know what? I'm Chitoi or I'm nothing.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the East is just significantly safer to play. But not the strongest weight here for Kamicha, really.
Not with 3 of the 2 pins out and the 4th in your hand.
It's essentially just a 5-pin Kamchan. Not really what I want if I'm chasing with Nomi.
Yeah, in fact, all the tiles are drawn. Jeremy drawing the last one on the pot's turn, but refusing to deal it in.
How inconsiderate of him.
Jeremy is turning this into Honitsu somehow.
Yeah, the Dora is actually... I think if you get the East pawn back, the Dora might be pushable.
I think so too.
Okay, yeah. Decides against it, though.
Is in a position of strength with 35,000 points. Doesn't need to take this fight. It's still Ishanten, though.
Back to Ishanten.
If someone could just clear the door, never mind.
Oh,
that's
there's
a big
the
sumo.
That's not good for us.
Uratu as well for the full Hanuman punish.
Ura 2 is actually less likely than Ura 3 there, so I guess it's like not could have been worse.
Yeah, that will... Oops, wait, we don't need to change perspective anymore. I'm so used to Armel casting that we could just stick with Jeremy here. even after eating that Hanuman Oyakaburi, still in second place within reasonable distance to first, and has a nice little high pie with 6, 7, 8 stops if possible. Dora's the 7, so Jeremy holding one of those currently.
Shape could contribute to a 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku if we do happen to get draws that facilitate that.
Pretty
Also
nice.
an outside world where this is an Itsu, but I guess, or not an Itsu, sorry, a Junchan, but that seems a bit more dreamy.
Yeah, especially after a 9-pin cut. Jeremy just didn't think that was realistic and decides to hold more blocks for the 6, 7, 8 chance. So Diamen basically locks up these shapes now.
Kami is Tenpai, or no, not quite Tenpai. Could potentially be is Ishan 10 or another Ryanman Richi. Most of the time I'm a big Richi on me, but could high roll a Tanyo.
Yeah, and of course holding this 9, so just in case we can draw a 7, incorporate the door into the hand.
Shift to repin Dora by cutting 5-1, 5-1. So I'm looking pretty red.
We'll see if something along the lines of a Mon Shinitsu
San
materializes.
Anko Tenpai drawn on our right. I'm gonna
Wow.
Dama on the 3-pin Kanchan, but Ishan 10 for Suwanko Tunki.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy.
The north is dead.
Jeremy finds Ishan Tendo. 2 Dora is going to be very tempting to hold that and even wait on the shot
Yeah,
order.
but the ones, I mean, both sides of a Shanpon are now Suji trapped. Obviously, one's Dora, so you don't really expect it. But or actually, I think I want to play one so here. Oh, we're just gonna sumo.
Sumo for
I think
Sanako.
that's a sumo. Yeah,
Yeah,
sumo
you're
Sanako.
dealing.
26 all.
That is another big Sanako, and just like that, it is going to put Jeremy into 3rd place, but still over starting value. Unfortunately, Hakumen has not had that big sumo just yet. Jeremy, again, a nice little Dora pair, and it's going to be perhaps a Tanyao rush.
The back on Anko hands. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, somewhat improbable here, but anything can happen in IORMC. Dealer 4 pairs to start. Maybe that's the start of another Saranko. Across the way that
But not
looks...
like it's not currently super functional. There is like a weird chance to the 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku over Jeremy though.
Yeah, this 3-pin is going to be held by Kamichop. If not, I imagine Jeremy just instantly pulls that and dashes towards Tanyao.
Ooh, but moving our way towards a potential. You could even chi it now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go for Sanchoku Dora 3. It might actually even be. Oh well, Tuso's 3 cut, so it's a little bit tougher. Ryan Peko? No. I feel like I would have liked to see the 1-so played there. But I guess the 2-pin is also a hell weight, so.
Oh, well, feeling some regret perhaps.
Such as Mahjong. Can't really do much about it. The 5-so is now Genbutsu from Kamito's push.
Yeah, maybe we could also find Chitoi from this. We can, of course, redraw the 4-pin, which is live in the wall. 8 pins Genbutsu.
Just Richi Nomi. Oh, but yep, speaking of, there's the drawback. I'm not sure why we played 1-pin, if I'm honest. Maybe didn't quite see that the 5-so is Genbutsu.
G.
Yeah, I mean, looks like he's playing for Tanyao.
Yeah, I guess, but
really need a 4-pin
yeah,
draw
we
again.
also now. Yeah, and then we also need to then like find a 2-3 mon, which is probably difficult. And even you also still then need to push the 6 mon, which is certainly does not look good.
Yeah, 6 mon. Very tricky to try to shove against this Richi. I mean, it's half Suji, but Monzu looks pretty bad in general. Not many Monzu have been discarded. Well, there's the 3.
Oh, I mean, we can pull the Tenpai. It's
It's
not
Suji, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's worth a shove.
Might as well. Why shove the Nakasuji that doesn't give you Tenpai?
地
Especially the one that's like more likely to be weighted on too. I guess just really didn't like the furry thing, but I mean,
Yeah,
you
this is
kinda-
just
you pretty much can't win the hand now because the 2-pin's dead.
big time read that the weight's in the Monzu. And it is correct. We do have
Yeah.
Chitoi Tenpai on the left for Chitoi Dora 2. 3-pin will never come out though.
Yeah, it really made that. Well, I mean, yeah, it won't come out from us, and the last one's in that sheet.
Ooh, 7 Mon. Looks
7
really
looks pretty
bad.
cursed.
It just shoves it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Tenpai's Tenpai, I guess. You're also our last place.
Yeah, really desperate for points.
Yeah, doesn't really get that much worse, you know?
Goes safe.
Not gonna end up finding Tenpai for Jeremy. Ooh. Alright. No, nothing too troll.
Yeah, that will pass the dealership over. And Ricci stick 2 Homba in the middle. Huh, East
Yep.
pair again. Very
Yep,
funny.
nice 1600. This could potentially. This hand is like, if the 4-5 Mon block is very awkward in this hand, because like it kind of wants to be Chanta, but like it's probably like not quite good enough to be Honitsu. But like East only is also like kind of feels bad.
Back to Chanta. The problem is the 4-5 accepts the Dora.
Like you're never. Oh well, speaking of Dora, Kamicha's got 3 of them. Some pretty solid shapes as well.
Oh, hello.
Might be the hand they were looking for.
I mean, now you get Chanta Sanchoku.
Yeah, might actually go for it, depending on. Well, I think at this point, yeah, I'd rather just keep the Dora acceptance and keep my pawn outs.
Yeah, even if you're just win East Dora 1. It's not just
Yeah.
2,000 points. You're also getting the sticks in the middle.
Yeah,
And keeping
36
yourself in range.
Yeah, if you do win with the Dora here, then you do actually get back into second place. Ooh, okay, that's an interesting draw. One-so is already 2-cut though, so it doesn't really help us as much as it might look. Yep. But maybe there's like a world where we like pawn it down and end up on like a toy somehow.
This Ishan 10 on the left is monstrous. Chance at 789 Sanchoku. Door 3, Pingfu.
Yeah, I like it. Luckily, the Ninth has 3-cut, so it's a little bit tough to find that.
G.
Perfect Ishan 10 for Jeremy now. Just trying to shut this hand down. We've seen it so much in this game. One player with just the monster at the table, and everyone else trying to make that hand not win. Do have Ricci Pinfu waiting across the table from the dealer seat. Potential door as well.
And 5 Mon's probably pretty pushable here for Jeremy, or you can just fold out with South-South. Gonna be the chase here. That could have actually, if Shimo had played their hand differently, that could have actually been the Sumo. Decided that they didn't want to go the Pinfu Ipeiko route with the 5-pin.
相撲
That's gonna be the
Ooh.
Dora Sumo. That is
Big
not
Sumo.
good for our chance to win this game. Of course, it's the last one as well, you know.
Ah,
Oh, and
Fukuda.
Ura too. Ailamao.
Well, this is one of those games where it feels very likely that your Toyman's going to win first. So how can we respond? We are very close to second, but second place only worth 5 points.
Gotta do what you can do and just hope that the rest of your team's doing all right. Checking in on Jay's game, he's Chitoi Shanten in East 3, but like he's at a 26-5 first because there are 3 sticks and 3 Homba.
Oh my goodness! So next hand is going to be worth a ton.
Chitoi Shanten on turn 5, but when you're trying to go fast, Chitoi is really not the it's something you just kind of like begrudgingly bet your life on.
Right. In the meantime, we've got dueling Honitsu hands.
Gee.
Jeremy considering the 4, 5, 6 for Itsu. Goes with 3 for 5 instead.
1
Has a slightly better leave with
Oh.
the 6-pin.
The Tenpai, feeding the Tenpai there is so unfortunate, but this is such a good hand for Shimo.
Yeah.
Ricci Dora pay. 6 months not a tile you want to push.
3-sided weight as well is excellent. Kamicha has some incentive to shove with Honitsu in the door suit, but
Because it seems fairly likely that this hand is going to win. Can we cheat that? I mean, we like could, but probably not that good.
sumo,
Don't know Tempai for Jay, sadly.
Yeah, big Manga on sumo again. And really, this has been a game of monster sumos. Jeremy just getting whittled down after those couple of early wins.
There's not a whole lot you can do about it, unfortunately.
Nope, just waiting for your turn. Well, one of the nice things is that Jeremy is well known to have those monster sumos of his own. So we'll just see if the wall chooses to give him a chance at one of those.
Yep. All you can really do is hope sometimes. But these hands are just not really the ones that spark the confidence that you can make a lot of points out of them. Second place is still very doable in this game, though.
Yep, it is East 4 only. I wonder how much incentive Jeremy has to just like open up for Haku and end the last place dealer ship. Or it was Chitoy.
Could just be Cheeto.
Here's
Home.
the first Haku. We'll call it. And oh, two.
Kind of
so,
half.
Yeah, one's cut two, so I guess.
You know, we just like let the. Oh well, now you can just play the 4-6 pin, or I guess the furry 10.
Yeah, how much do you think you're gonna fill that shape before getting Tempai?
I mean, Kamicha will probably cut either of them. 5 pin seems like a tough ask though.
G.
Kamicha now also Chito Ishanten.
Tempai
Alright, Tempai on the 5 pin.
plenty of upgrade draws. 3 pin not so helpful because we're Fuji 10 on the 2 pin, but 7 pin certainly works.
Jay's hand goes to another Homba, so there's currently 4,200 points in the middle. Jay's high is kind of trash.
Awkward
Check.
spot for Jeremy.
Check back in on that later. Yeah, that's tough.
Interesting, the Ricci was taken on the Dora indicator.
Yeah. Oh, and of course, always believe in 3 pin. Jeremy taking the 3 pin as a sign that it's not meant to be.
Yeah, like once you didn't shove the 6 pin, it's like, okay, I folded on the 3. Right, I wasn't willing to shove this 3-6 Suji. Why would I shove it now?
Yeah. I don't really understand
Don't.
this Ruchi, if I'm honest.
But
I
somehow
also
it
don't
worked.
really. I don't understand this dealing either. Oh, I understand this dealing because they had an Uro 2, of course.
Well, Jeremy now in last place as a result, but by 200 points and now only 1,600 away from second place. So
Yeah,
is
this
this
is
an
a very.
improvement?
I'm very okay with this temporary 4th place.
Yeah.
In terms of the expected value of increasing your rank, this is probably good.
Yeah, and
if this
Toyman-
was all last, I'd be slightly more worried. But we've got plenty of time for things to change.
Yeah, East 4, repeat 1, South Dora, once held by the dealer, who has a lot of pins. And even more, it looks like this is turning into a Chinitsu, or at least Honitsu with Dora. Meantime, Toyman just Ishan 10.
Yep.
Chooses to decline it, though.
Jeremy Tempai. Not the best
Lychee.
Tempai in the world. We're just gonna go ahead and take it.
Any world where you cut 4, 5, 6
Gee.
so and aim for Chinitsu?
Probably not. There was where I played
Ooh.
6-mon. Yeah, there was a world where I played 6-mon and just tried to find a better Tempai with just said 6-mon 4-pin Kutsuki is gonna be better. But
Wow, Tempai on the south. This Chinitsu got there. It also has
it's
Itsu as
Dora
well.
2. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Honitsu, Itsu, Dora 2. But the 9
No.
comes out first.
Very good. Seems like one of those tables that just like terminals are safe.
Class A Diamond's turning into Class S Diamond.
Yeah, that's the Shabo like that's on a Ryanman line is always like such a sad way.
It is. But if it's got the terminal too, it's a little bit better.
It's just like you don't even get like Suji bait. You just because if you get Suji, you win.
Yeah. Jeremy giving up on this Itsu chance because he has such great Diamond shapes elsewhere. And this is really coming together now. Ishan 10 for Ricci, pin for Dora. Jeremy on dealer seat is scary. 258 though, not very live pin tiles in the wall. And this 3-so is an interesting draw. Now we can do some funny things with, say, Peiko going headless.
Yeah, if you pair any of the Pinzu, I think you do just take the shift.
Absolutely, because we have this overlapping shape that less
But obviously,
efficient.
you know, you're pretty happy with just Repindora if you can draw Tempai.
Right. But upgrading to Tanyo as well is pretty significant. And we do have Tempai on the left on just the 8-pin. Not willing to take this Ricci because there are a couple upgrades. Of course, the 9-so gives us Sanchoku, and the 6-mon gives us Adora.
リーチ
Jeremy does find the Tempai. I do think this is a pretty normal like weight for upgrades. I'm notably against it generally.
1
I hate the Sumogiri chase, if I'm honest. Seeing the Sumogiri chase
Each.
into cutting Dora Ipatsu though is like such a feels bad man. 8-pin double roll?
No, I don't think so. It's gonna be 1 or 3.
Yeah. I just like saw I saw the title
Right?
with them.
That would
was like,
be actually there's head bumps, so that would not be ideal.
Gross. That's not very good for us then. Luckily there's
Sumo.
Oh my
you
goodness,
gotta
that
be
somehow the
kidding
2
me.
islands.
This is so trash. This just seems like an unnecessary risk to take from first place, if I'm honest. For a hand that bad. It feels like they just kind of saw that they were Tempai and didn't really think past that. And then, like, once they clicked Ricci, they realized, like, oh, my Tempai is not what I thought it was.
It did win the hand though, and that does really hurt Jeremy, who has to pay Oyakaburi, and now falls to 2nd place.
Or third place.
Third place, yes.
I mean, if we can get this back to a do-nothing second, then, you know, all things considered, not a bad game. Toyman's already Toy Shanten, though. Trumon's not very good, actually. Be better if we had, like, multiple palm chances.
Yep.
We'll see what happens.
Palm.
Yeah, surely we palm this. I'm partial to just playing 7-pin, I think.
Ooh,
Uh,
too
Come.
I don't get that at all, if I'm honest. Like, you just need to win the hand as fast as possible. But I guess with that draw, we're in a better spot now.
There are some worlds where we can find Sun Uncle. I mean,
Yep,
we've already seen
or
2
even-
this game.
Yeah, and just Toy in general. Surely we
Come.
do not con this. Oh, like, rip Sananko. Just need to find Tempai now at this point.
チ
Bye.
Yep, there. Alright. Well, we have Dora acceptance now.
Ooh,
Oh,
will Dora be
Speaking
held?
of Dora acceptance, no, okay. It might come out though. They already, no, they're Rion Shanten, so it might actually come out if they progress.
Yeah, and there are 2 more in the wall to be found. Ishanten on the left for Hakumen, and also Ishanten. Is
I
that
think
Ishan?
Shimo's.
No, not
Each.
quite.
Oh yeah, there's the Tempai.
Sumo.
Oh well. All right, cool. We'll take the extra step. All right, it all worked out. Get some extra points from the con. You get a pretty good high five out of this too.
Dora chance at 2 even.
Ooh, nice first draw as well. Shimo's high pie like looks kind of interesting, but it's kind of clunky. It's one of those where I actually think about Toy Toy. Ooh, fantastic draws. Yeah, I think if I'm Shimo, I just kind of want to run this for a Toy Toy. It's been a very strange table.
Wow.
Oh my
7.
gosh, what is this? I mean, like you just cut 2-pin, of course. Or sorry, not 2-pin. What? No, sorry, I meant 2-mon, but I guess not.
Dreaming about Itsu, perhaps.
It seems a bit iffy. I'd rather just have the best Shanten right now. You don't really need more points. You just need to win the hand, right? Yeah, like we'd be 3-sided Tempai right now.
Yeah, one mon not live. 6-mon, 2 in the wall. Of course, there are a great number of tiles that give us Tempai, including
It's Tempai, yeah.
this,
That's
and
furry 10
Totsu,
now.
but it's pretty.
Please.
10,
We'll
yeah,
take
okay.
it.
Well, I guess we're taking it.
All right, we needed Sumo here. 4, 7, 8.
It's, well, hopefully it works out.
There are 4 tiles in the wall. 3 tiles in
Gee.
the wall.
Yeah.
It's so sad when you have the Hudi 10 Tenpai and immediately 3 Rochels come out.
Why? Rayton?
And
No,
soon to
there's
be
another
4.
one.
So now there is two tiles in the wall.
Yeah, 1 4-pin, 1 7-pin. It doesn't seem we've convinced our toymen to fold there.
They played very aggressively all game long. I don't think it's possible to convince them to fold.
Yeah, seems quite silly given their current standing, but
Chi.
what do I know? You just cut that. Toyman, what? I don't understand. I think I should just stop trying to understand. I don't understand. I also don't understand why you wouldn't just play 4-3 mon, given that like 2-5 mon looks horrible, or why you wouldn't cheat that to Tenpai if you're gonna take this route.
And honestly, I don't mind that they're not Tenpai. Okay, now we're a little concerned.
I don't understand what our toyman's doing. I don't understand anything about this hand. Sure.
Tanya
Why
Dora.
not?
And
Why not?
that was definitely very interesting.
Yeah, that was a hand of all
The
time.
purpose of that hand was to confuse us as viewers, and they succeeded.
I mean, this is also just kind of what happens for IORMC specifically. Is that sometimes like the level of play will vary very, very widely.
Yeah. That being said, it has been working quite well.
Yeah, it has.
Jeremy.
I mean,
sumoing
Takame Uratu for Oyahane always helps with the flow.
They do say just sumo.
Yep.
Armo model holds true even in international competition. Jeremy really hoping to pair up a door here to get some value, but just wants to secure this 3rd place.
I mean, honestly, yeah, just jamming the door early is even fine, I think.
It
You're not
becomes a liability
particularly
later on.
Yeah, you're not particularly likely to find a use for it. Like the 4-pin is twice as live as the 7-pin, and if you get any Tenpai, you're not gonna take the Kanchan anyway. You just need to try to find Tenpai as soon as possible. I might even just play the 6-0 now. It's just a safe tile hedge. But I guess there's the part where we draw Rionman and then we just cut. Like we could cheat this, I guess. Yeah. Not really a fan of cheating from Ishanten at this late though. And Toyman declined Tenpai for some reason. Oh, that worked out for us. Yeah, Toyman drew Tenpai and just decided they didn't want it. Could have been Tenpai on non-Tanki or 7-mon Tanki. Not really sure what they want if if they don't want the Tenpai.
Yeah, I suspect that Toyman tends to play with a sort of fixed idea about what their shapes will look like. They probably
they want Sanchoku. That's what they want.
Oh, is that it? Maybe.
But like, why are we wanting the South? Whatever. You know what?
Doesn't matter. Sumo for Jeremy.
Benefited us this time. Alright, now we just need... Now, like, if Toyman would like to win something stupid, be my guest. You know Jeremy looks at that and immediately is like, Daisongan? Eyes? But the problem is Kamicha. Kamicha also kind of has the same idea.
Yeah, maybe a slightly better chance at their hand, too.
Yeah. Luckily, it's, like, not likely to be that pricey, right? Unless they get that close somehow. For Kamicha, like, at best, you're probably topping out at, like, Hatsunan, unless you, like, somehow get a toy out of this. So it doesn't really feel Honitsui. It doesn't really feel like a Chanta.
Yeah, here situationally, Jeremy sees the opportunity to greed a really far away Honitsu and says, "No, I just need to win a hand. I'm gonna hold the floating 6-mon, floating 4-so." And somehow has managed to dodge discarding the 2 Yakuhai that Kamicha can call. Oh.
Yeah, and got rid of the Chun on the correct turn, clearly.
This is getting really interesting.
Oh,
forcing Honitsu.
And it's like a very disguised Honitsu, for better or for worse. These cuts should, like, once the 3-pin comes out, it should be like a question mark moment. Oh. Yeah, that should set off some alarm bells. Palm. The question is, how long are we going to be stuck with this non?
ポン
Yeah, okay.
But you
Oh,
look at those calls
yeah.
and you're like, well, what is it?
Yeah, especially with the discards. You probably like think Sozu and they just like backfired early.
Yeah, but it was a late Dora discard. Could you really not use a Sanso in your?
Yeah, it's solid. It's like weird, but like the 5-mon didn't pause. This is tricky.
Could put 5. Oh, we're 50 down to 36.
Yeah, it doesn't want the fairy 10, but like could have cheated potentially. Because then you have the backup plan of switching to the Shanpon.
No, we just had a bad experience with 310. We're not going to go back to that. Oh,
That's
3.
Chi.
That's a big chi.
That's very. Oh, and now okay.
リーチ
Oh, 8 and oh, and now Ricci from Shimo. Well, we don't want Shimo to win this.
No.
What 369? Oh, what? 3-mon's Gembutsu. However, okay, we can play. Yeah, 6-mon Nakasuji also Gembutsu to the scary player. Okay, Tenpai. This Sozu's so fucked.
Jeremy
Does
shoves.
push it.
He's
Alright, so we
playing
would
for
head bump.
second.
We would head bump 3-6 though, and the 9-so's dead. So Shimo has to sumo.
South is safe.
So yeah,
Do you
South is-
remember that he discarded it? He did not.
That's so brutal. That's also like kind of what happens if sometimes on Tenho you just completely forget that a tile is gone. Why did
Oh,
we push the
no.
one? Wait, why did we push
Boom.
the one? So also, Clement, what the fuck are you doing?
And just like that, we have a new second place.
Yeah. Simon finally getting punished, but not in the way we wanted him to.
No, it's going to be a tight race. Now, if we're going to try to overtake second place, the gap
I wonder-
is 31.
I wonder if we just misclicked on that 8, so hopefully that doesn't come out to bite us.
Yeah, 3-6 so never came out, so it wouldn't have affected Jeremy regardless, but...
But like the 8 though that we just
Oh,
figured
there,
on
the
turn
first
1.
one, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, shot at a 6-7-8 Sanchoku. Nope. It's like Ricci Pinfu's not enough unless we sumo or direct hit, right? Or get Ura. But I guess like most of the time our Pinfu also like a decent amount of the time our Pinfu has Dora.
Yeah, 29 is just barely not enough.
Mm.
Wait, reach Sumo Pinfu would be enough.
Yeah, Ricci sumo Pinfu or just like Ricci Dora or how much are we down? Do you want to hover?
31.
I think it's 31. Yeah, I can do that. Alright, well we already shot 10.
I reached Sumo
And
for
We
2000.
can swap to Tanya on somewhere. The problem is like the 7-so's dead. We're never getting it. Also, Kamicha's hand kind of looking kind of hot.
Yeah, that, not gonna lie, I'm in love with that hand.
Yeah, it's only Yakamani Shantan on turn 8. Wow. It does cut the Dora. I wonder if we ever chi this. Feels hard to chi that though.
Yeah, you still need Sumo direct hit after cheating.
Does Sumo actually do it? Yeah, it does with the Hombo. Yeah, I don't think we need to keep that. The 6-pin does a lot more for us in terms of like upgrade potential acceptance to upgrade our Kanchan. Ooh, okay, that helps quite a bit. Oh, Tenpai? Alright.
リーチ
I mean,
I
it's
don't
Richie
see any,
Pinfu.
yeah, I don't see there's any world where we don't just like slam it.
Again, we need direct hit or Sumo. But the 4-7s are locked.
I mean, there's one of each, right? No, there's one.
Exactly one in the wall.
Yeah. How? Oh, we're 41 down now, so even being like the only one Tenpai won't do it. Damn, that sucks. But I mean, you have to.
Yep.
We can't really like do too
Each.
much else. Oh well, now actually, oh, you've got to be kidding. Wait, what is this? What is the point of this, Toyman?
ドン
What is the point of this?
Ura-san.
Wait, no, it's 50 fu. It's 50 fu. Oh, it still doesn't
Then
matter.
buy
Fuck.
Ricci
Are you
stick.
fucking kidding me, dude?
Buy the
Why do
Richie
these?
stick.
Why do people playing like this get rewarded? This is so bullshit.
We just need to learn how to embrace it.
It's actually like so trash that that's how that played out.
Yeah, unlucky for Jeremy. Minus 21.4 for third place.
Yep.
But
I think there are a couple games still going. I don't think our little Google Sheet scores has been updated for the US at least. I'll pop back into Jay's stream.
yeah,
to
let
see
me
if
throw
his
that up
game is
there.
still on.
Well,
Oh, Jay's only in South 1 on a 5-minute delay.
all right, let's hop over then.
He has conned and is reached, but he only has one draw left. And he sumos. A Lamau. Alright, Risumo Dora. Ura 4? Ura 1. Alright. Jay sumos a Mongon into first place. I guess now we'll probably move over.
Let's see if that's already passed us here. Yes. Wait, I see Jay Ricci again.
Very good. Oh, Jay's stream might be slightly more than 5 minutes delayed then.
All right, well, we're looking at 3-6, Ricci Pinfu as dealer. Not very live at the wall, but a dealer Ricci always good. And also, noting the completed games, we saw Jeremy finding that third place, but another game has finished. I'm looking for the result.
I mean, there is Oka IO for the so like that's like probably like 2 firsts. You go from minus 90 to 33, which is why like no one's really out of it. Though China's kind of rolling. It looks like from our brief standings update. The U.S. has improved. So I would assume the other games that Will and one of Will or Philip got a good result.
Yeah, the standings are so hard to read. I can't even find. Philip's game is still going, so it's Will's games that's finished.
All right. I think it seems like he probably got another low first.
Looks like that hand went to Yukioku. Oh, I found it. Oh, it was not a low first. Will finished with 45,900 for plus 55.9.
Okay.
Big result for Will, who had already been doing quite well in the standings. Is probably into the top 32 by now.
He does hold that for 2 games. If Jay can pull out this first, I think the U.S. will be in like striking distance. The problem is like there's 5 teams that have kind of pulled away at the moment, so we kind of need to take points from one of them.
That's true.
This hand's pretty nice for Jay as well. Haku Dora 2, potential for Dora 3 as well. Though that is a great draw for our Kamicha. I've actually seen 2 of these players already at US tables.
Oh, you're right. Elisa
Boom.
and Mark. Elisa had dominated the last game at Philip's table with a Baimon Sumo and a dealer Hanemon, but
Boom.
now in last place, and it will actually be Mark taking the win.
Yep, nice Chindora 1. Pick up the points on their direct point competitor.
Yeah, very close situation, South 3.
Yeah, where is NoCL from? They are French. They do not seem to be doing particularly well so far.
Yeah, we noted Elisa was, of course, Swedish player, and Marquino
It seems
from Singapore.
It seems our Chilean friend from the first game has won his 3rd game in a row.
Impressive. And now tops the standings at plus 164.4 in 3 games.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like him as an individual is the entirety of Chile's points right now. It's like if you get like
That's very
if you
funny.
get-
He has 164.4, Chile as a whole 164.7, so the rest of the team contributing an average of 0.1 points.
Yep.
But honestly,
I mean, like,
that's all it
the way
takes.
it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you just need like that's been the US strategy as well the
Exactly.
past 2 years. Just one person rolls and the other people like do okay. hand's not particularly exciting for Jay.
No, we've dropped nothing but terminals honors. We still have like 5 more to go.
This doesn't seem like a fun type event where Nagashi would be on.
No, I don't think so. But honestly, it might be a little bit of a struggle for the rest of the table as well. Kamicha, Ishanten, but with potential bad weight. Still just hitting the button and it being a Ricci. It's probably going to be enough to scare Jay off. Oh, it now improves to Diama. Doesn't take it though. And maybe we're looking at a Chitoi for Shimo. 5 pairs now. 2 Dora. Tempai. Oh, scary hand now. Choosing between the 9-mon and the Hatsu. Probably the 9-mon. Oh, goes with the Hellweight Hatsu. Not taking the Ricci. Dama for 9,600. If anyone draws the Hatsu, it will likely be a deal in almost certainly.
Reach.
Imagine there will be to potentially change. Oh wow, no, gonna just Ricci it. Once
Yeah.
to, I mean, honestly, I don't think Ricci really changes your win rate by that much here.
Nope, your win rate was pretty much if the tile is drawn, and it's probably still if the tile is drawn.
So we will keep an eye on the wall. Though I mean, honestly, like people, it depends on who you're playing with, right? Because there are definitely people that will autopilot a Hatsu because, like, oh, I see 2 of them, it has to be safe. But like, there are also people that will actually fold correctly.
Somehow Jay's got an Ishaten for Ricci Pinfu Sanchoku. Dora.
Yep.
At
No,
Tempai?
he draws it. I think I would have liked to see this Dama.
Yeah, Dama sniped a 5-pin Genbutsu. But Jay's
Yeah.
going for it all. Going for
Especially because,
Mitsumi.
like, winning 8-pin here isn't even bad because you go into all last with a. You go all last with first place.
There's
oh,
the
and
Hatsu.
Oh, okay. 8-so. Oh, they have a pair. They have a pair of 8-so. So I think it's gonna get held.
No, they
Don't.
No, what? Why? Like, you have safe tiles.
inexplicably deal into 18,000. But that's great
You have
for...
safe tiles. this is what I mean. Like,
I was ready to be so impressed because of the first Hatsu keep.
I can't do this, man. Man, this would have been a fucking massive first for us too, because it looks like Philip also just got a nice first. So the US is currently plus 80.
Oh wow, that's huge.
So if Jay was able to pull out this first, then that would have been like another like 50 to 60 points. We would have been like right in there with Ukraine. Because of like its 35-point Oka. Yeah, between like we legitimately just lost placement on like this game and Rennie's game, just from like total bullshit. And now last place pumps the Dora. You know what? Good. I hope no CL gets 4th in this game. They deserve it.
Yeah, that's
I don't know what's happened the rest of the game, but I hope they get 4th.
Everyone is dealing
Yeet.
with unusual plays, and sometimes they go in your favor, sometimes they don't. It looks like another dealer Ricci is gonna put a damper on Jay's hand. Not a lot to defend with though. Actually, really tough spot for Jay.
I mean, you just play the North and just like shrug if it deals in, and then you just like go from there. Probably like do 9-pin or something after, or you just say fuck it, play like 5-so 8-so, try to win the hand. Like in the back of your mind, like Kamicha could have something, right? But Kamicha's also folding for some reason. Okay, yeah. I don't understand why you would pull Medora as last place and then fold, but sure. Okay, well Jay can actually win this hand.
Uber
Just needs to-
Mawashi.
Yeah, just needs to actually like find it in him to push the 8-so. Because honestly, like dealing in here like isn't that bad, right?
Yeah, I mean you're not really falling to 4th. And you can see where the Dora are. It's not in Mark's hands, so
Yeah. So the IORMC like should have like a price cap.
yeah, price cap of Richi Urasan.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like we're just gonna like hard fold. I think probably the safest way to play this out then is just gonna be cut the Forsos. Because one so's passed and like, eh, two chance eight so. I think Forso Nakasuchi should be better.
Yep.
Even if it is Richi tile. Because like
It's too early for them to have Richi that
yeah,
on
because
357.
why would they have like three? Why would they be cutting a 7 from a shape that's waiting on 4, right? Because the only shapes that wait on 4 are like Tunky or like 3-5. But if you have 3-5, then surely you don't cut the 2 beforehand.
Right, you have a Diamond instead.
Yeah.
Unless
And
you're
if you
trying to force
have,
Tanya.
and if you're Shanpon, you probably keep the 2 just in case anyway.
Well, somehow Kamicha has found their way back into temp by shoving the 4-pin and waiting
Yep.
on the same
The-
3-6
yeah,
mon.
Same weight.
Still 4 in the wall, amazingly. And Jay
Yeah.
is...
Okay. 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 Place the other Nakasuji, which also makes sense.
1、
Toyman.
thinking
Honestly,
about...
I'm not sure what Toyman's doing if I'm honest.
Jay's thinking about playing this hand again. Con? How...
I mean, you kind of have to, right?
Yeah, 4th place, but it's also...
It's like kind of safe. Okay.
And
Well,
Jay's just going to draw all the deal-in tiles.
Jay is actually Ishanten for Chito, and Forza is kind of pushable.
Yeah, I mean, we've been commenting that that's Nakasuchi. Oh, it's going to be Tsumo instead on the left.
That's, you know what, that's fine. Because, like, honestly, we were going to lose 1,500 points anyway. Just get Shimo off their deal and just get this game over with.
Yeah, currently a very strong second place. The gap to first
How
is...
many tiles is that?
Home.
Is that 9? Oh, they don't want it, so. Toyman had, like, 9 start Kokoshi or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, they had 9 start with no pair. So, and just immediately didn't even think about it.
Yeah, I believe we have no aborts on, so you don't get
Oh,
the
yeah.
chance to reset.
I mean,
Which
you're
is
like,
oftentimes like a visual indicator that, oh, you could go for Kokushi.
yeah. The deep last Oya here, I think I probably would have.
Yeah, with the south pair, I don't know if they had the pair at the start. Maybe there's some moves you can make towards a normal hand. Oh, Jay's finding a path to some value. I mean, direct hit Mongon off of Mark could be something. Oh, this could be fast tempo on the left for Pinfu, potential Sanshoku, Dora 1. Or 7, so it's 4 in the wall. Kino Ishanten. Now Tempai. Choose the Kanchan or the Shabo. The Kanchan can upgrade with the Dora. The Shabo has more diamond upgrades, but with 4 so already cut, it looks like we're going to be playing for the Dora acceptance.
Yeah, Jay passing the.
つも
Oh wait, this is Sumo. Wait, why was this download? What? What?
It does
Oh.
confirm third.
I whatever. Let's
Yeah,
get off
even a
this table.
direct hit off of Jay wouldn't have changed anything. So that is a positive finish for Jay, plus 12.5 added to the total for Team USA. And
Jay, you got hard done by. That Chitoi should have never been dealt into. They had so many Genbutsu.
Team US after 3 rounds plus 92.1 in 6th place overall currently. Again, we need to catch up to the top 4 to make it to the final table. Currently,
Yeah,
Chile
but we
in
are
that
in
spot.
6th, so that's doable.
Yeah, absolutely. One more round like this, like how many points did we pick up?
I think we picked up 110 because we were like minus 20.
Yeah, 110 in one round. You do that again, and you're up near where China and Great Britain are. All in all, a very successful round. And let's take a look at the number of games remaining. It looks like they are all in. So preparing to start the fourth round.
I think no, Edwin just said there's one game left.
Oh, it looks like it may have just finished because on his sheet it looks like he's filled in all the scores. Yeah, taking a look at the graphic for Will's game, won a Hanuman in East 1, reached Patsumo Pintora Ura, and that just held strong the rest of the way through. Big Richi Patsumo Pinfu later in South 1, two Patsumo Pinfus for Will helped carry his way to a big first place. And in terms of Philip's big first place, some small hands for the early portion of the game, with Philip winning consistent 2-han hands. And then the big hand was late in the game. After winning his third consecutive hand, Richi Chitoidora 2 for 12,000 points as dealer skyrocketed him into the lead, and he maintained it in the last round for the victory. So Philip and Will combining for 112 points in those two games.
Yeah, and it looks like just checking in on the overall standings at the moment. It looks like Will is 14th and Philip is 16th. So both like pretty comfortably in that top 32 cut. Whereas Jay has improved up to 58th, despite not having a single first. He's only minus 20, and Jeremy is 63rd, but both are only like minus 20 and minus 24 respectively. Where the 32 cut is only 37, so both are within like one first place of being like qualifying for the individuals still.
Excellent. So good to see. And that's a big goal. Not only, do we, of course, want to see Team US in the team finals, but as many individual players making it as possible.
Always like to have more Americans playing on day 2 or week 2, because yeah,
they are indeed a week later.
Yeah. You want to pull up the last game just to see? Oh wait, we're on it already. I'm just not paying attention. Hey, well, no.
Yeah, it looks like
Pretty good, Ishanten. I feel like if I'm Cercius, I just jam the Doratanki here because it's funny.
Yeah, it is a fourth place right now. Richi Tanyo Pinfu versus Richidora 2. I don't know.
I won a very funny Doratanki yesterday on like 7-mon or some shit. It was like I had Richidora 4. I had to push.
I just don't think that she gives you enough here. Now you have 50-10 chance, so I think we just throw the Chuso back.
The Dora pair draw is way better. Well, just gives up on the Dora, I guess. 2-5 so is not like live enough for me to want to believe in it. I don't think. Cercius, I know, is actually like good. This is like a sec. I wonder if he lost his account at some point. It was like way back in the day. It was a the meme was that Cercius was like couldn't get Tokujo no matter what. But
Let me
he
in.
was like, he's like his name is on the let me in meme
Each.
because he was like constantly like 1785 done or something.
Oh my goodness.
It's just like he would like get it and then like lose it with like the first game every time. Ipatsu Kilchi, not actually that bad from first place here when it's your direct point competitor that reaches. Also moves the Haite away.
G.
And now Izzy Shanten.
Yeah, might actually be able to fight for this hand.
Yeah, because Tournament being Tenpai here is actually pretty important.
Only 11 draws left, so fighting for K10 is realistic here.
Yeah. Oh, 9-mon is probably not a tile you want to cut. Oh, Tenpai. I mean, surely you push.
Absolutely. You're in
Each.
fourth place. You have nothing to
Yeah.
lose. Let's go.
And this goes sideways.
Maybe probably just it's Fudi 10.
Oh, it's
so
Furry 10. Lamau.
probably thinking whether to throw the Ricci stick out there or not. But
Yeah, who cares? We ball.
and there is a
Good.
Takame 7-mon in the wall. There are two of them in the wall.
3-mon looks so horrible. Like, surely you don't cheat this. Dora
Gee.
also like is not. Oh, are they gonna push Dora?
They are.
Fog. Imagine. Okay.
Yeah, push the Hotai to Cercius could have given the
Yeah.
Haite Sumo.
Yeah. Strong. Honestly, strong push.
Yeah, I think there were a decent number of upper mon blockers. But it's always so scary to throw a Dora. Especially against your direct competition where
I
you
mean,
could just go to
it was
Yukioku.
Gambutsu.
It was Genbutsu to the dealer reach, yeah. I don't know who's Genbutsu on the right. This one looks like a very difficult hand for Cersei to try to repeat. And you so desperately want those sticks in the middle. Kamicha will have a much easier time trying to call those. Call for them. Perhaps this hand shifts into a Tanyao. Oh, and the shape's only improving. Shun that 10 now, perfect for AP. Nice fill on the right though. Got that overlapping 5, 6, 8, 9. So feels so good to fill the 7. Fix one of your awkward shapes. In the meantime, Toyman will open up for Tanya door 2. That's the plan anyway. Actually, just locking in the door with a 2-mon cut.
リーチ
Diamond Ricci though for AP, and that definitely seemed like the fastest hand. Ricci
I
Nomi
would
or
like
Ricci
Richie
Tanya?
Tanya, hopefully. I would like AP to win this, just so that this game can be over.
That's true. It would pass the dealership.
We've played, what, 3 games?
Yep, 3. 2
I
more
might-
rounds to go.
Yeah, I'd probably step out after this round, because I've got some stuff that I want to get done this morning.
Absolutely. But
If someone else wants to hop into commentary, then feel free. We're in the IORMC Discord, but I'll probably keep an eye on
Sumo.
it. I just don't really feel like talking to her anymore. Oh, there's the sumo.
as you were hoping for, and all those Ricci picks go to AP, that will send us into all last.
Hey, Lamo.
Kind of want to switch to perspective on the right, all last player, because they have a very must-win situation. Not really must-win because they're in second place, but it's so valuable to get first place with the bonus Oka. Plus 35 for first place, plus 5 for second. That's a huge swing. This is actually 2 away from Tempai. Everyone's struggling for something. The player with the easiest, the fastest perhaps, route to Tempai is on the left, but for just Tanya only if you start to call. So
Clearly, it's Tanya Suwanko.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. All the incentive of the world is to keep this closed and try to draw some Onkos. And we've seen some very Onko heavy hands. I'm curious. I wonder if there have been any Yakuman one in the games. Not any that we've seen. I remember in my first try, I was substituting for a player. We made this semifinals, and there was Yakuman at my table. And I laugh every time I think about it because it was the fastest non-Yakuhai Pon I've ever seen. I didn't even see the tile hit the table. It was just already in their hand.
Rip.
I'm like, I don't trust honors. They later sumoed Shosushi.
I mean, happens.
So after that game, I was like, or after that Yakuman, it's like I can't do anything for my team. I'm relying on y'all, all y'all.
Yeah. I mean, that's like the nice thing about a team game is like you could have like a hopeless game and just be like, oh well, we still did well this round. No, it's like fucking Jeremy this round. Oh, DC from Toyman.
That's unfortunate.
Like Jeremy this round had like an impossible game, but like we're still like plus 100.
It's been Ishanten feels like forever for Dealer. But Toyman reconnected just in time to be able to retain the 2-so. And honestly, the tiles they lost out on weren't too bad outside of the 3-so.
Yeah, you never want to see like disconnects actually mean something in an event like this.
Right. I mean, I'm kind of getting excited for Cerseus, who is now Ishanten for that Suanko. Two pin, once cut, once in the wall. 7 pin, once in the wall. 8-so. Once cut, once in the wall. Cerseus passing, pawns here for Tempai wants the value. Similarly, AP also not calling for just Tanya only. Seeking more value. 7 pin did come out actually, so 1 2 pin, 1 8-so from my perspective. With only one draw remaining, Cerseus holding out to this 3 pin just to be able to find K10 at least.
Looks like there's going to be no 10 from the dealer here as well, most likely, which is pretty unfortunate for them.
Oh,
They do have one more chance at it.
Redraw the 4. Nice play from Cerseus. We'll pick up a few points, and it may not seem like much, but depending on how the rest of your team is doing, it can have a significant impact. It'll be a big win for Kisto. And as we update the standings one final time.
It looks like China is actually overtaken for first place.
Indeed. And US drops down to 7th as Ukraine also surpasses. Oh no, that's still 6th. I can count.
6th, which is like playable. Also, I've was talking to some people on the side. Like, big shout outs to Ireland for they've come a long way in 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember when Ireland had their debut performance, and it was a struggle. I mean, most of the players were quite new to the game, so
I was looking at this because I was looking at the year that we played.
Mm-hmm.
I pulled up the 2021 standings. Ireland finished minus 630.
Yeah, rough start, but definitely performing well in 8th place this season, plus 72.6. Love to see it.
And they also hosted an open earlier this year.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, it was the same time as Toronto, I believe. I know Steve went, Kathy went, and Loic went, and Kathy ended up winning. And Loic ended, I think Kathy ended up winning. Steve got top 4, and then Loic got hot bodied of the Western representation in Ireland.
Not everybody can win.
Yeah.
But nice to see.
That was a good weekend for Ohio.
Mahjong really representing well in Ireland now.
Yep. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and hop off. Yep. So,
all right. Thanks.
If anyone wants to hop in, the commentary booth is open. But thanks, Nathaniel, for broadcasting these. It's been fun. Best of luck to the rest of the U.S. players. hopefully some of these variance plays will turn our way.
For sure. Thanks again, Max, for stopping by. Awesome to watch the games with your IORMC experience. And yeah, we will be covering the start of round 4 very soon. It looks like they are just starting the 5-minute delay, so we will also go on a bit of a delay. And when we come back, round number 4, as USA climbs closer and closer to the top 4.
Okay, peace, y'all.
All right, we are back, anticipating the start of round number 4. We're going to be starting this time with Jay. We just finished up a game there. Jay up against Kiristo, who just picked up a first place in the final game of the last session. 2 more players at this table will be, I think they're doing quite well overall. Let's take a look at the opponents. Kiristo, 16th place overall from the Indonesian team, with a first place in 2 seconds with positive 68.7. Above Nova is 6th place overall from Ukraine, 2 firsts and a second, plus 99. Seems like both of these players have been doing quite well so far. And the final player, the Australian,
홈.
or rather New Zealander, 24.9 with a first, a second, and a fourth. So all of these players having picked up a win so far. Jay still winless with 2 second places. Perhaps this is the round. Opens up as the first dealer. Haipai is a little bit hard to work with. Kanchan, Pinzu, Penchan in the Banzu, Door Acceptance, but that will only form a Kanchan or a Penchan, so kind of tricky for Jay to make something valuable out of his hand. We do have a call from the New Zealand player on the left. Pay only is the current value of that hand, Ishantan. The right, that looks to be somewhat of a slow hand, although it does have Dora, and can accept a second Dora even. Ooh, interesting, dropping the 8, unfortunately, backfiring on the 7-9 Kanchan. Across the way, that will be called for a Honitsu. Oh my, Honitsu in the Dora suit with triple Yakuhai even. Looks to be very expensive. We'll see if Jay can escape too much damage if that were to come to fruition. Of course, as dealer, Oyakaburi payment can be very expensive. Chance taken, and reveals the West to be the new Dora, and all of a sudden Toyman's hand that was looking scary before is monstrous now. Honitsu, Yakuhai, Dora, minimum Mangan, more likely to be Hanuman. Jay is starting to approach Tenpai though. Technically Ishanten, but with 2 Penchans to fill.
홈.
Poln Tenpai for the player on the left with 369 Mon. Pay only, but with a little extra fu. And Jay will break away from one of the Penchans, hoping that this 4-5-6 shape can bear better fruit. Still looking for these Yakuhai tiles. Toyman has not been able to find any. Chun in the wall. Huts in the wall. Sha has been cut early. Still 1 in the wall. And there's the first Hatsu that doesn't quite fit into Christo's hand. Probably considering the possibility that someone desperately wants it. And in fact does not discard the Hatsu. But the Sha has been dealt before, will be dealt again, and pulled into Ishanten. And that has revealed the West Dora 3 perhaps not Tenpai, but plan. Jay dropping away from 8-9 mon means he will most likely deal into the hand on the left. If they choose to fight, they could swap the Tenpai to something a little safer. Is the 4 mon too bad to push? If it's discarded, will be pulled into Tenpai. How scared? Not scared enough. We'll drop the 4 mon. Pon Tenpai on Hatsu Chun. And that hand is, after dropping Dora, the table definitely knows that it deals in. Oh, Chun drawn by the player on the right, who refused to drop the Hatsu earlier, so still maintaining safety. Again, Tenpai can be swapped. And Will, it's too late to try to drop that. Does Jay risk the 9 mon for Ishanten, for Atanya Ishanten? Thinking really wants to, does decide to make that play. 7 so passes. 5 pin can come out and be cheat for Tenpai. Depending on how Jay takes it though, could deal in.
지.
Is the 5 so cut is 4-7, which is somewhat discarded already. Goes with the 4-5-6 weight. This one's a little less live. Oh, another Mon tile. That's so bad, but 5 Mon is at least Nakasuji. Pushes it. Shoves the Nakasuji. Now Jay draws a 6 and cannot. Refuses to put it out there. Could have tried dropping one of the So pairs and tried to pull in another Mon tile into Tenpai. But now draws a pair of the Pinzu and doesn't hold that one either. So now the question is, where is the Hatsu? Where's the Chun? And they're just buried in the dead wall. Of all things, Ryukyoku found, and Jay will survive, only paying 1,500 points. Oh, what a scary round to witness in East 1. East 2 dealership passes. Dealer now with a Hatsu, Anko, and a Dora. Definitely optimistic. High across the way. That's just gorgeous. Ishanten all ready for Richi Pinfu. There can be Dora acceptance. You just have to switch your weight around a little bit. Haku Anko for J, though, means this hand is callable at least, with the Dora as well. It just feels like it's going to be slower than Toyman. And on the left, that is a rather slow hand. Probably will not need to look at that one until maybe 6 stars later. Oh, this is so wide. You can cut the 4 pin, and then any side of this 3, 4, 5 is quite strong. 2 So is Tenpai for Diamond, 6 is Tenpai. 3 and 4, 5 So draws are also Tenpai with the Diamond Pinzu weight. And if you draw the 4 pin, that's the 4 So rather, that's actually the worst. But you're still Tenpai with Ipeiko. The pin shape is filled first, just deciding which weight to take. Probably the one that accepts Dora. So 3 So cut. And that will be the play. We'll see how Jay responds. You're not expecting the 7 Mon to deal in after the 5-6 was cut. And Jay will choose to fight. If he really wants to fold, he has Haku, 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 and after drawing 6 So says, that's enough, I cannot play this any further. The only other player in contention is Dealer, who has actually managed to find a Tenpai here, not taking a Richi, though, on 5-8 So. Hatsu Dora. I think as Dealer, personally, I would just slam this Richi and take the fight, because 5-8 So isn't going to come out against Toyman either. The only chances they draw and deal it themselves. So maybe a missed opportunity for Dealer, only picking up 3,900 plus the Richi stick and Honba. But they will pull into the lead here and retain the dealership. And Jay opens up another slightly awkward hand. It does have a Dora shape, but you need to fill the 7 Mon. And then, of course, another Kanchan in the lower Sozu. Scanning the board for value on the left, that looks really strong. Tanyao Ipeiko chance. And depending on how things draw, perhaps... Oh my goodness. Gorgeous Sanzo fill-in. This is just a beautiful Ishanten. Definitely Tenpai now, for that same 4-5-6 way, probably just slam the Richi. Of course, winning on the 5 So gives you Ipeiko. 5 Mon, I should say. Toyman thinking about pushing as they have just found Ishanten as well, and yeah, just shoves the 8. There are safe pin tiles in the hand, but they are willing to take this fight. 2 So's also Suji now. But just shoving the 3 instead. They are definitely playing this in aggro mode. Dealer Ishanten could also choose to take a fight here. Jay is just out. He'll wait for his turn. The draws are in his favor. There's Tenpai. It's a Shabo weight, currently 5 pin, 4 So. No Yaku. It doesn't even take it. Does not like the idea of dropping 2 pin. And that's somewhat understandable with a 6 pin Richi. 2-5 is somewhat unfortunate. 5-pin would have been Ipatsu Rondo.
相撲
Instead, Sumo. We will have Sumo Tanya for 4,000 points in total. This leaves Jay in 3rd place, but not out of it. Has just been waiting out these Sumos. This is a good opportunity. 2-door in hand as well as the East pair. Oh, and now a 3-pin draws. A little interesting. We have a backup pair in case we get to draw a 3-mon Anko. This 1-mon actually not that helpful to us because we really want to use the door as a pair. If it was a 2-mon or a 4-mon, we might think about it to create 2 diamond shapes, but for the time being, we'll just hold everything as is. Looking for the East, we see one in the hand to the left. Maybe a while before that comes out. Of course, dealer, always a scary perspective to have a dealer Ricci. They're a little far away right now. Decent so shape, and upper pin shape, and a floating 3-mon. It will be kind of interesting to see how they handle. It's the East finally. Jay will pull that into Ishanten. He can call the 3-mon into Tenpai if for whatever reason Toyman chooses to discard. I think they'll hold on to it for as long as they can, discarding the 1 so and the 1 pin before finally dropping the 3-mon. Meantime, Tenpai reached by player on our left. Jay will fight this. Loses the easy pawn of the 3-mon, but will probably still take it. Oh, actually, it will be just deal in. Jay says, I have no info, so 3 pins good enough for now. And 2 diamond shapes with which to fight. Also, Jay has 2 of the Dora, and it's difficult to make value without Dora in Akanashi with no red 5s. There it is, Tenpai found. 1-mon push. It's scary to drop a tile near the Dora. But Jay has no fear in this hand. 3,900 Tenpai, and there's the 4. Picking up the Ricci stick as well. 3,900 plus 1,000. Jay will hop into 2nd place. Very close to 1st as well. This time around, in the south seat, East 4, High Pi is pretty weak, but we do have a Dora Chun. We'll see how long Jay chooses to hold on to this, as the hand is starting to look more like it wants to be a Tanyao Pingfu, especially if the 3-mon is drawn and we fill a connector to the 7-mon or 8. So, and this 5, certainly along those lines. Jay could have chosen to think of those shapes as a 2-4 Kanchan and a 5-7 Kanchan, but prefers to hold out for the chance to pair up the Dora. And now we're getting close to the range where the Dora would come out. 3 pairs, though, is 1 pair too many. We'll see if Jay forgoes the 1-pin pair in a Tanyao shift, or if he chooses to get rid of the Dora. And yeah, out it goes. So the plan is going to be fill all the diamond shapes, drop the 2-so, and drop the 1-pin pair, and have a Ricci pin for Tanyao with best draws. With the Chun safely passing you, there is a lot less to be worried about. However, Kadisto held on to the Chun, and that allowed our Kamicha to pair up the Dora Chun as dealer. It's going to be very scary if Shimocha ever chooses to discard the Dora, and it feels like it might be coming out soon. Oh, Tenpai found. Don't even need the Dora to come out. Ricci, Dora 2, waiting 2-5 pin. All in the wall. All 8 tiles in the wall. It must be an impossibility to not sumo this, right? Surely one could be found. And that will be Ipatsumo for our Kamicha for at least a Mangan, barring Ura. And there's the Ura for Hane. And just like that, 1st place is all but secured. All is not lost for Jay, though. Still at 21,000 points, which is right around starting value and in second place. So it's been a struggle for Jay to pull ahead. His best opportunity was most likely in the last game when he probably should have gotten first, if not for a somewhat odd deal-in to the player that ended up eventually stealing that away. And it seems once again Jay on the back foot, but not out. Can still maximize the positive second, which is what he managed to do in the previous game, and still give some positive points for Team USA. Dora drawn. A little awkward that we dropped the 9-mon, but we might still hold it for a pair-up chance. Actually chooses to drop the 6-pin, so we're not even thinking cheek twice, just holding it in case. In case we get lucky. And we did see a Dora pair up on the left just a round ago. And yeah, now will come out as it is sufficient to do so. I wonder if Jay will hold the 3-so or not, because he could, you say a 4 or 7 pin is drawn, he could just drop the 3-so for a Diankan shape and anticipate calling the Hatsu for a cheap hand. But no, Jay wants more, planning for a Tanyao pivot.
Home.
You see a tune called to the right. Could he still definitely willing to attempt to take over second place with a relatively cheap hand? And this is Ishanten now, willing to drop the door for it. Dealer approaching Tenpai, though, Ishanten as well.
Home.
Second call from Toyman into Tanyao Ishanten. None of these hands expensive. The most expensive probably the potential value in Jay's hand and also in Kamicha's hand. But we're going to see a call into Tenpai now. 2-5 pin is the weight. Relatively live. 3 in the wall. Jay would love the 1-so as a draw, just not as a call. The shapes are a little awkward. Oh, there's a 5-so. 5 pin rather. Sumo for Tanyao plus Honba. And it's a small start, but it puts 4th place in range. Now Mangan Sumo will place them in second. Back to the dealership for Jay. High Pie is reasonably strong. Can incorporate a door into this hand. Probably wants to get rid of the 9-7 penchant if another good shape can be drawn, but ooh, maybe even for this penchant. 3-pin not amazing because it's the door indicator, but you do give yourself Itsu chance. And yeah, we'll end up going ahead and cutting the 9-7 so. Now, I'm trying to see if there's a good path to Itsu here. It's still a little bit difficult because we need to replace the 7-pin with the 4-pin. We also need a pair, so if we just draw a 7-pin or 5-pin, that could help. More 7-pin than 5-pin, those are starting to come out. In the meantime, Kamicha, moving towards Honitsu, has an option to try to incorporate Dora, and actually opts for that, interestingly.
Richi.
Seemed like Honitsu was the more straightforward path. We do have a Richi on the right. Richi Nomi. Richi Dora 1, rather. Waiting 6-9 so. And Jay wants to fight. Has Genbutsu 2-mon. And has the dealer seat. Worth fighting for, but this west is Shompai. Now all of the Monzu clear, so if Jay's thinking about moving toward the Chinitsu, it is possible. Instead chooses the 1-pin. Ishanten for Toyman. Filling a Kanshan actually gives his hand a chance to fight. 5 Mon comes out, not called. That also, sorry, 5 So. That gives Jay a chance to toss the 5 So. And although the 9 So is twice cut, it's not particularly safe as it deals into the 6-9 shape. And with so many of the lower and middle So tiles coming out, the player on the right is probably not waiting on, a 1-4 So or a 2-5 So or a 3-6. It's kind of hard with all the 4 So being out, right? It's in fact impossible because all 4 of the 4 So are out. So that makes the upper So a lot more dangerous. And Jay will probably hold off on dealing that in just yet. Oh, another tile in that Suji, and Jay's just playing for Chitoy now. Here's that Honitsu draw. Do you dare drop the 5 pin? The 3 pin at least is Suji with all the 1 pin out. Still can deal into a 2-4 pin shape, but no, instead the West is, and Jay's like, well, if I knew that was safe, I might have tried pushing my hand. Probably would have dealt in it though if that was the case. 1-9 So in the wall, 1-6 So in the wall as well. So far, yet to be seen. Kamicho's just decided that these pin tiles are too dangerous to drop. And for a good reason too. They're up at 47,000 points. They don't really need to risk anything. It's just a little uncertain as to whether the lower Sozu are. They are willing to try the Sanso. And 3 So is still safe. Should they go with the Suji instead. Gives them 2 tiles of safety. 5 So clears as well. Jay considering calling this to shift Haite away and decides that 9 pin is good and maybe we need 1 more tile. The 1 So should be safe. It only deals into Tonki. So will the Haite shift work? 9 pin is not at Sumo and 6 on would not have been at Sumo either, so didn't matter too much, but nice move. Nice awareness from Jay. Kiristo will take over 2nd place and pick up 3,000 points moving into South 2. Right, Jay looking at a possible Tanyao for these current shapes. There are a lot of So tiles in a straight line, aka Itsu, if we're trying to find some path to value. You do need a 1 So, 7 So, and 9 So. In the meantime, it looks like Shimocha's going to get there first. Ishanten already. Kutsuki. Sticky Ishanten. With 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku and a Dora. A 2nd Dora. Do you trade the 6 month for it? Indeed, that is the play. This is looking to be an extremely expensive hand for dealer. I would have found Tempai, but probably not a Tempai they would have taken. So they're probably not feeling too punished for missing out. On the left, that hand is approaching Tempai as well. Ishanten. This 5 pin draw gives Jay the thoughts of 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku. But definitely the farthest from Tempai here. Oh my goodness, the 6 Mon 4 pin Shaba would have actually won. Toyman to find Tempai first. And if Kamicha chooses to fight and find Tempai themselves, they'll probably toss the 8 pin instead of the 5, thinking that a more terminal tile should be safer than a more central tile. However, that would deal into Richi Ipeiko. Instead, they will deal out the Hatsatsu and play for safety. Once again, points leader doesn't need to fight last place. There is a singular 8-pin left in the wall. That sumo would be huge. Jay might choose to fight this, though, with a 6-pin Anko. No, not quite. Decides to back away. Seeking more information before making such an aggressive play. You do have to pass the 9-mon, which the reach came after all those 6s. And even though you have a pair of 7s, I don't know if that's enough to convince him to shove it. The 6-9 Tsuchi, very, very much in demand. The Dora passes. Does that 3-6-9? Doesn't tell you that much about the 9 so particular, though. The 5, I believe, is Nakatsuchi, so Jay will try that out. And unfortunately, Christo drew that 2-mon a little too late, had already given up on the Tenpai chance. And there it is, the 8-pin. That's a big, big sumo for Toyman. It really going to hurt Jay, but reached sumo Ipeko and misses the Uda, fortunately for Jay. Still maintaining a slim 3rd place, but this is getting quite tenuous now in South 3 with no dealership remaining. Hasn't had much say in this game, unfortunately. It's been big sumos across the board. Dora is the South, paired up on the right by Kiristo. And Jay needs to hold on to this Dora for as long as possible. I wonder if he's considering the 1-2. Yeah, 1-2 Mon Penchon cut. Just looking for some way to incorporate this Dora. Honitsu is an out. It's not a good one, but it is an out. There is another pin draw. Dealer's hand across the table. Looks quite pretty.
Home.
Oh, but Dora comes out instead from Kamicha, and that reveals the danger to the table. How do you even play this hand? You can't really afford, if you're Jay, to allow Kiristo to pull too far ahead. It really ruins your chances of getting a 2nd place out of this game, but can you risk dealing in? Unfortunate Tuso backfire. Made a lot of sense to cut it. Kamicha is steadily improving their hand. They're actually overblocked for Tanyao shapes. If they see an 8-pin or a 7-so come out, they might even pull and cut to the 2-3-so. And Jay says, you know what? I can't care about what Kiristo's doing. I need to just make my Honitsu. Instead, though, 2-pin comes out. That really hurts his chances. It might have to be cheat by Honitsu. No, decides to pull in the 3-pin. And just go for it. Chun out. Shot is Yakuhai. That's Tenpai. Tenpai found. 8-so cut. Five, 8. Oh, that's the 8 we'll deal in. Almost certainly. 1,500 points is going to exchange places. Pavlovna over Jay now by 200 points. But that's better than dealing into the Dora Anko hand. So, in addition to that, Jay also allows for another hand to be played. So another chance to make your comeback. Still in reasonable position to take over even 2nd here. First, perhaps a little too far off now. This hand, though, not very strong for Jay. Might be aiming for a on Itsu. Just out of desperation for some type of value. There's the 4-mon, so 2 tiles away for that play. Gonna continue to drop these honor tiles and see what comes. Shanten on the right already for Richinomi. Haku is interesting. I don't know if there's a chance to switch over to Honitsu, especially because we've dropped the door already, although that was twice cut. Cristo did find Tempai, not willing to reach a Kanchan 2-pin for Richinomi. And Jay also not willing to open this hand. Ooh, is that Tempai? It is. Similar hands on the right and the left. Hatsu pair anchoring the hand down. And a bad weight. Well, this is an upgrade to 2-5-pin. We might see a Riichi now.
リーチ
Will be taken. And will we see a chase on the left? The way they've been playing so far has been to fold in this situation. They can safely hold the Tempai because the non is Genputsu, but if they draw something dangerous, I have the feeling we're going to see them bow out. And Hatsu? 6-pin? 6-pin. Full Genputsu here. The concern for the New Zealander on the left is just full safety. The concern for Jay is passing this 5-pin.
ロン
Unfortunately, it will not. Richinomi. So going to all last, Jay not completely lost just yet. Still hope. For the North American player, it is going to be a bit of a challenge with this high pie. Nice fill though on draw 1. In fact, says, you know what? Dora gone. This is a Tanyo hand. The gap to third place is 1,800, so it can certainly be made up with a 2-han hand. Riichi Tanyo, Tanyo Tsumo. I imagine any Tempai will be declared as a Riichi though, because there's a chance of even taking second here. The gap to second place is 6,000 points, a little bit trickier to find. 3-han 30 is not enough. We need to go bigger. It's 3 and 40 as a Tsumo. And we'll see if dealer chooses to try to fight here or just pass the dealership peacefully and end the game in first. They have a path towards Tanyao. Pavlova also an interesting opportunity with Sanchoku, maybe Doratanki, holding on to the Haku that Jay forewent. And this is Ishanten now for Riichi Tanyao. Depending on the draws, Jay might be able to shift it to 2-3-4 Sanchoku as well, or even 3-4-5. Really, really desperately hoping for a 5-mon pull-in, of which there are 2 in the wall. But this is Tempai. Riichi Tanyao is enough. Does Jay slam it? Or does he greed for more? This is a really tough choice. Dama. He will wait. If Pavlova drops the 3-mon, he can roll and overtake for third. Tsumo will also be enough. Tanyao Tsumo. But he wants the 5-so draw for Sanchoku. Even the 2-so draw would have helped. Could have actually cheated the 2-so for a guaranteed 2,000 points open that he could roll from anybody. 4, 5, 6 Sanchoku also not there. Doesn't want to declare Riichi and set up the Riichi Taosuji trap. So maintains this Dama. Might Tsumogiri Riichi or Kadagiri Riichi if soon. And depending on what Pavlova draws into Tempai, we could see a 3-mon discarded if 2-5-pin is drawn or 5-8. So that would allow Jay to escape.
リーチ
Now slams the Riichi. And what is the response? 9-so is a push. We're seeing a fight from Toyman. This could be huge. We almost... Oh, 3-mon. That kind of helps. You could drop 1-mon, 4-mon instead and not deal in. This is incredible bad luck for Jay. There's only one 3-mon left in the wall, and that's gonna be so hard to dodge because the Nakasuji feels slightly better than the Suji 3-mon. Now, if it goes to Ryukoku, Jay, the only player Tenpai, he will still overtake. But many draws left for Buffalo to try to find Tenpai. Dealer is passing. They are not going to beat Tenpai at the end of this one. He still finds Tenpai. 2-5, so not very alive. Only one left in the wall. 4 draws remain. Can Pavlova find Tenpai? They cannot. 7 so passes. It will be 2 players Tenpai. And does that change? It does not. Jay by 200 points barely ekes out second place. Third place, dodging the last, only losing 23.9 in a game where he just had almost no say. Manages to avoid disaster. And it looks like we've also had negative results from other US team members. Will taking a 4th place, loses 42.6 in what looked to be a somewhat difficult table. Jay's game we just saw come to completion. Jeremy still ongoing. And Philip, 3rd place in that game. Also barely eking out a 3rd for a minus 23.1. So we're looking to Jeremy to pull back some positive points. Let's see if we can find that game. Oh, not looking good. All last, and Jeremy desperately attempting to avoid 4th. This high pie, we're already into the 7th discard. Dealer, honestly, if dealer repeats, it's probably not the worst for Jeremy given this high pie. If we are dreaming about ideal draws, 6 Odora into 5-6-7 Sanchoku with Pinfu would be amazing. It's just the 6-0 are all held. No Odora draws available. Approaching perfect Ishanten, cuts away from the 5-pin. Again, Jeremy still hoping that there's a Dora available to be drawn, and it's just not there. Ishanten on the right. Ishanten across the table. Could even cheat this for confirmed Sanchoku. Tenpai lets it pass. Sanchoku Dora just not enough for Toyman, who really wants to take first. Instead, we're going to have a Ricci on the left. That is the last player that Jeremy wants to see take a Ricci. He has no choice but to fight here.
Home.
We are going to see a call. Salhatsu, Dora 1, Ishanten. Oh, chase for Ipeko. 1-8 left in the wall. And that provides a little bit of hope to Jeremy, who might now back away and let the two of them fight it out and hope that Toyman is the winner and that they have enough value to drop Kamisha below. Jeremy not
Chi.
100% giving up, still has thoughts of Chitoy. And Dealer continuing to fight 3-mon Tempai. Three pin not very secure with so many of the 2-pin out. And so many 4-pin out as well. Now 3-pin is Suji. Oh, 4 comes out. That is interesting. Dealer will continue here. Nanchun Dora for 5,800 plus the sticks. And Jeremy within 2,200. Is a little bit closer now. To Dora, this is the comeback hand. Could even take a second place here. The gap is just short enough. Would need some miraculous draws. 7-so certainly helpful. But that was one of the best possible outcomes for Jeremy there. The dealer repeat, giving him a chance. Two-mon allows some Tanyao shifts with the 4-mon draw. You can draw 5-mon, just have a monstrous Monzu weight. Probably see these honor tails continuing to filter out. And 6-so is very helpful as well, moving us in the direction of Tanyao. Now that 6-7-8 Santoku is a possibility, perhaps we can shift back into that 8-pin. After drawing a 7 course. Okay, Jeremy opens up now. Tanyao is the plan. Tanyao door 2 or 3. There is a door still left in the wall for this. Kami-chan not willing to let this go so easily. Opens up, filling the Kanchan. Really seeking out either the west or the Chun. Both of which are still buried in the wall. Ishantan now. But that 1-so as a pair is not very strong. It's already been twice cut, so really just forces you to win on forces you to acquire both Yakuhai. And instead it's gonna be Tempai across the way. Monstrous Tempai. 3-sided 6-8-9 pin for Hatsu only.
Kang.
There's the Chun Khan. Reveals the 2-mon to be Dora. Jeremy has Mongon now. That is enough value to take over first, but can he possibly get there before the monstrous weight wins? And I don't think it can. That 9-pin is held. It doesn't come out yet. Yeah, but it's going to come out from Kami-cha, and I don't even think with the Honba that's enough. Oh, it is. There's a door in there. Because of the Khan, it flipped. So Jeremy spared 4th place by exactly 100 points. Minus 25.9. Well, it wasn't a set of positive results, but barely by the skin of their teeth dodged a whole slew of 4th places. And checking out the results as they come in, we might, yeah, we're still going for at least 1 game, but it's time to check the individual standings because it looks like the overall ones are going to be quite difficult. Minus 23.4. The current mark to hit is 141.4, so we need a team sweep of first places most likely in order to qualify. Let's see, where's my individuals? Here we go. That Chilean player who we'd seen in the very first game has continued their winning ways. 4 first place finishes for a grand total of 209.7, carrying the Team Chile into a 2nd place lead right now. But currently for Team USA, there is one player currently in the top 32 individual cut, Philip, with a first place, a second place, and two third places sitting at plus 42.3. In 30th place currently, close behind Will with two firsts, a third, and a fourth at positive 29, just out of the zone. Further down in the standings are Jeremy and Jay, hoping for one big positive finish to end the day. Okay, yeah, updated results are almost done. Still waiting out one game. And having one game run a little bit late means that a team meeting can commence. And we could just decide on the strategy. Is it Yakuman Shibari? Are we going for either repeats and Yakubans only? Is the plan to play a standard game, play for individual results? Because 4 good individual results means a good team result. Also notable will be the matchups in the final round. See if Team USA is playing any of the direct competition for that cutoff mark. Looks like Philip will be playing Argentina, Austria, Singapore. None of those teams currently in the upper portion. We'll be playing Indonesia, New Zealand, and Thailand. Indonesia, of course, the top seed. Will be very difficult to knock them out of that spot. Not necessarily a direct competition there either. Jeremy will be playing against France, Hong Kong, and Portugal. Portugal and Hong Kong both ahead of us currently. So it will be valuable to steal away points there. And the final US match, Jay will be playing Chile, Belarus, and Australia. Chile, of course, one of the other teams that is strongly up at the top. Unless something dramatic happens, they seem to be positioned quite well to advance to the next round. So it seems that for Team US is not going to have a lot of chance to directly compete against the players at the top. We'll be hoping that the rest of the table drags them down. Okay, looks like we've had our final result come in. And Indonesia, with another big first place, jumps them up even farther in the standings. 336.3, almost guaranteed to move forward. This means that the cutoff mark is 141.4. China holding that mark currently, followed by Ukraine, Ireland, Taiwan, and Japan. All right, well, it looks like there might be even one more game yet to play. So a bit of a pause before we get to the final round. And I will also need a bit of a pause before we're ready for the final round as well. So take a quick break, and when we come back, the final fifth round of the qualifying portion of the International Online Richi Mahjong competition. And we're rooting for plus 100 scores. Let's go. All right, we are into the final round. A couple minutes away from the first few games starting. We started the broadcast in round one watching Philip play and bounced around to all the other team members. And looks like we'll finish here as his game was the first one that popped up on the calendar. Currently, Team USA hoping for a plus 200 result in 4 games. That's 4 first places. 4 strong first places at that. We'll see if they manage to pull it off. They've had some reasonably strong firsts so far. Oh, is it echoing? Let's see. Probably because they opened this up, isn't it? All right, I can't hear myself, so let me know if it's still doing it. And they're off. That's problematic.
Home.
All right, let's see if this is better. Testing, testing. Philip with 2 Doras, nice start. Okay, thank you for testing that for me.
Home.
Oh, we're gonna have fast tempi for dealer though. Tanyao potentially
Home.
Dora 1. And out was the 4,
Home.
so will be a fast cheap hand, 1500 for Chuden. Love the name. That means we're gonna get to see a repeat. Another good high pipe for Philip. Opening up with a Dora, easily usable Dora, and reasonable Tanya shapes as well. If we are dreaming about maximum value, we could find Pinfu Itsu Dora. The full straight in the Monzu would certainly be nice here, but Tanya's backup is certainly acceptable. We're also with a Tanya type hand, and Toyman can just open up with this 1, 2, 3 Chi, as they've got the Anko Chun already concealed in hand. Yaku confirmed. There is an opportunity for them to perhaps turn this into a Chanta outside hand if they manage to Chi the Chuso and then pick a different Tanki. Currently, they'd probably wait on the Nobitan 6-9 pin wait, but if they're seeking a little bit more value, greeting for a little bit more, they could swap that out. Second Dora draw for Philip is pretty big. There are no more Dora in the wall, so can't find an Anko of that. Will be restricted just the 2. But this is currently Ishantem. Big question is Philip willing to open up for a simple Tanya Dora 2 for 3,900, or is he desperate enough to want more? And the answer is yes. We'll just take the Tempai. And oh no, the 4-pin might come out depending on how Chuden wants to play this. Currently could start with the 7-mon or the Tuso. The Tuso loses a little bit. So 7-mon probably slightly more efficient, but Toyman did manage to find the 6-9 pin Nobitan as expected. And now Chuden likely to find Tempai in a way that doesn't discard the 4-pin. Oh, Philip will draw the 9-pin instead. And Dylan 2, Chundora 1. a little extra in terms of the Homba. Unfortunate result for Philip, but not much to do in that hand, holding the Tempai. Okay, again, a hand where it looks fairly standard. Richi, Tanyao, Ipeko. But if you are desperate, you might try to force Chinitsu. I don't think Philip is desperate just yet, especially with this draw. It just kind of has to be a standard hand. And he'll play to force the Ipeko, though. Doesn't want to use the 6-mon as the pair and have a 7-8-9 sequence. So just try to find the pairs somewhere else, preferably in the form of a 2-mon or a 4-mon draw. And that way we get Tanyao as well with Diamond shapes.
Pong.
Toyman as dealer will open up with double East and a Dora. Strong start for them. Oh, Khan. Khan's immediately flips another Dora. It's a Mungun already. And Philip can't care about that. Has to just play his hand. This is not seen as a scary thing, more as an opportunity, because there's another Ura indicator if we can find a Richi. Taking the headless shape right now, Ishanten, and Tempai now probably just going to slam a Richi, or is he greeting for more?
Each.
Now just takes the Richi. Richi Tanyao with 2 Ura chances, waiting for the 3-mon. Now dealer cannot use a 3-mon if they draw it, so they may choose to fold, they may choose to fight, and deal in. Oh, instead, Shida will immediately drop it. It is Richi Tanyao with no Ura. Unfortunately, no Ura, but still, that jumps Philip into first place. This is exactly where he needs to be. We'll see if he can carry that through. Pon of the non, dropping the 1, so now this isn't necessarily South only or South Dora. Again, trying to find ways to add some extra value because Team USA not only needs firsts, they need to be big firsts. So maybe non-Honitsu is in the mind for Philip here. Perhaps could have held on to that north a little bit longer over this 9-pin, but yeah, we'll just play standard here. 2-pin Dora is drawn on the left for the new dealer, and they've got reasonable shapes as well to accompany it. Chun already in Tempai on the right for 1-4 Mon. Chun Dora 1.
Chi.
And Philip, unless he gets greedy, is likely to deal in here. 2 Dora across the way, and that is Ishanten for Toyman. The most likely outcome of this hand is that Philip deals in, especially after this 5-so draw. It's a great floating tile. And it's just a very fast Tempai for 2,000 points that will drop Philip back into second place, but still a closely contested match so far. And here we are. We've arrived to Philip's dealership. This is where things really take form. Can we build a monster? Dora accepting 4-6 Kanchan right now. 2-pin pair could shift us to Tanya. We can cut the 3-pin and the 1-pin and build towards something like Dion Peiko. This may seem far-fetched, but we're in that territory. Chuden, that's an ideal 4-so Chi. Into Tempai, you're just using a Tonki weight right now. A kind of funny idea is tossing the 9-pin and saying I'm Kutsuki Ishanten. But I think it's better just to hold a Tempai and swap later. That is a great draw. Tempai for Philip, waiting on the Dora. And do we dare con? No, okay. Save tile found instead. Richi, Dora 1 for Philip, needs the 5-mon, of which there are 3 in the wall. So although the weight is weak, the value is there. And the tiles are also in the wall. Junin in a bit of an awkward spot here. Only waiting on the 4-pin, decides to discard the 9-pin and play towards safety. One of the 5-mon drawn by Toyman. Locked away in hand.
Chi.
A call back into Tenpai, right back on that 4-mon. That does remove one of the save tiles from Chuden's hand. Could have refrained from that chi and been able to drop another save 9-pin, but really trying to rob this dealership away would be a significant outcome for them. Philip hoping one of the 2 5-mons comes back into hand. Can anyone else really have a say in this? Kamicha is maybe thinking about building a chi toy. I guess they're technically Dian Shantan.
Chi.
Toyman is maybe making a play for K10 soon. Not really fighting for anything, but maybe thought that the 5 and 6-0 were never going to be discarded anyway, so no harm in taking the chi. 4-pin now Nakasuji, so if CKM on the left... Oh! If CKM on the left decides to play a little defensively, they might choose to drop the 4-pin. Only one door left in the wall now. Weight swapped. Shuden finding the Nakasuji. And maybe weight swapped again. Oh, 6-mon is actually Genbutsu. So believes in the safety of the Pinsu. Oh, there it is! Sumo, the last 5-mon. Richi, Sumo, Dora. It's gonna be 2,000 all unless there's Ura misses on the Ura. Of course. But still, in first place now, the question is, how big can we get this to be? And what a nice looking high five for Philip again. We've got 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku chance. With ideal draws, reach pin through Sanchoku. Ishanten, Jian Shanten, but with a wider pin shape now. 4, 5, 6 is also a possibility. So very likely we'll be seeing the 8-mon come out on any improvement. And whew, what a 5-mon draw. And there's the 7, Ishanten now. Really, really, really need to draw the 6-0, and unfortunately, those are all being held. There are some upgrades for Philip, though. Can pull in a Dora 8, so, and improve the shape to a Jiamen. Can also pull in the 4 so as well. Have a Jiamen and still retain the Sanchoku possibility. In the meantime, 2 Dora drawn on the left. Pinfu chance on the right. And Toyman is working perhaps towards a Tanyo. Kind of slow going for everyone except for Philip, who got off to an early lead in terms of shapes in the hand. Has kind of stalled out now and actually chooses to drop the 4-pin and hold a safe tile instead. Perhaps believing that now that we've hit the end of the first row, it's around that time where you'd expect someone else to be Tenpai, and Philip wants to have the chance to fight safely.
Each.
Here's Tenpai found. Chunin will drop the 7 so. Richi Pinfu.
Chi.
Waiting on the 6-9 pin, it's Huriten. So Philip could actually safely fight here and has enough value that he probably will. There's only 1 tile left in the wall for this weight. Shaw. And Philip will probably still take any Tenpai. Haku is Shonpai. And actually, Philip might be bowing out of this. Haha, Dora 3 on the left is insane. I mean, you've got all the value. Maybe you should just fight. Goes with the 1 instead. That's not necessarily completely giving up. Philip was also playing the Mawashi game. 9-pin, 9-pin, not necessarily a full fold here. Back into Ishanten. Needs a 4-mon and a 7-mon. CKM could call that and drop the 9
Gee.
mon. It's pretty safe. One chance with all the 8 mons being cut. And yeah, that's the play. How many 7s are out? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 9 so is full Kabe, so I'm more than willing to discard it. And that's a Tempai should you choose to accept it. Declines. And Philip realizes the 9 so is safe. Haku also revealed to be in the clear. And so it looks like Philip has a clean path to Kyoku. CKM just could not will themselves to drop the 6 so. That means we will be peacefully ending the round. Philip maintains the lead. Did a great job to pull ahead in the dealership. And now we enter the South rounds. East the new Dora. And those are all in the wall, actually. High pie for Philip. Awkward. Do we dream of the dragons? That dream seems to be dying. With a Ricci stick and 2 Honba, that's an extra 1600 added to any win, so could consider just opening for Hatsu only. If that was the plan, you probably would consider cheating that 8-pin, because that is one of the worst shapes, and the 8-pin is starting to die with 2 being discarded now.
Home.
The best hand is likely Toyman's or Kamicha's. Both of them have very strong shapes. Kamicha, Ishanten for Ricci, Pinfu, Ipeiko.
Chi.
Oh, the 8-pin came back. It's a very vulnerable spot for Philip. So he really wants, feels like he needs to hold this Haku. And turns out that the 4-2 pin shape is just not very good anyway. We do see a Ricci, a bad weight Ricci. But Philip does draw one of the deal-in tiles. 5-pin, 6-pin has 2 in the wall. CKM, what is your plan here? 9-pin, 9-pin, trusting the Sotogawa. Also 3 8-pins out, so reasonably safe. Kind of dancing around. Back into Ishanten. Philip into Ishanten. But declines it.
Chi.
1 so holds the Ishanten a little bit better than the 7 so does, but...
Reach.
Ooh, 3-sided weight. Ricci, Pinfu. And Philip has no safety. Ends up trusting the Suji to the Ricci as a result. And it does clear. But it's going to be very difficult for him to push from here. 5-pin is half Suji to both. Oh, finds the 5, so that's a great pickup. Now the 2 so is relatively safe as well. And the 7 Mon becomes Suji. Still, I think 2 so is slightly better. 8 so also relatively safe. And there's the 3. That's going to be a direct hit. Ricci, Pinfu. No, Uda. We haven't seen any, I don't think, in any of these Riccis so far. Philip maintains the lead. Dealership passes. If the game were to end here, Philip would be looking at a plus 40.9, which is pretty good. Team USA needs to average plus 50 across the board, so plus 40 is certainly well on the way there. Saipai looks pretty good as well for Tanyo Dora. Can we find more, though? There's a second 6-pin, which means second Dora can be easily incorporated into this hand. And I wonder if Philip is willing to start opening up. The 5 so came and went. Oh, how is this for a few pairs? 2 so, 5 so, 8 so. Just the entire Suji is paired up in Philip's hand. Kamicha with a nice 4-pin draw really widens that shape up. Although it is just Diamond, Ishanten right now, you can draw 2-pin, 3-pin, 5-pin, and cut the 1-mon pair and hedge Tanya. It's not very likely because you have two diamonds that can accept the 9s, but it's maybe worth a try. Oh, that's not going to happen. We're just Tenpai. Richi? The 9-so is actually not very live here, so it's not as good as it looks, but we'll slam the Richi anyway. And now Philip has to make a big decision. 5-so first. Play with Genbutsu. Dealing in here could mean falling out of first, but he's willing to at least play this hand a little bit. Pawn the 8-so, give up 2 safe tiles for a chance to maybe snipe this one away. Needs to pass 1-so and 8-mon, and seeing a chase from Chuden, but that will deal in. Richi, Nomi, no Uda again. Players cannot find it. This is such a close game. No one's been able to pull ahead, and we are in South 3. Philip, another reasonably strong high pipe for a fast hand. If you can draw Sanzo or 6-0, we could have Richi, Pinfui, Peiko, Tanya. That would be a sort of monster to blow the game open. There's even a world where you draw 6-0, and turn this into Sanchoku instead. Just need to find the Sozu draws. There's a decent number of them in the wall. Philip says no thank you to the Penchan. You can afford to cut the 9-mon here, but I think this is justifiable as well. You don't really want that shape anyway. Now drawing the 4-mon gives you Tanya outs. And because Philip cut that at 1-mon and then 2-mon, he is able to retain the shape. So here, drawing a 3-mon is not that bad of a punch because we have Tanya as well. Now it does decide to hold the 4, 5, 6, 7 shape and aim for Sanchoku. Sanchoku and a safe tile, which isn't actually safe here. We can see the Hatsu is actually being held by Chuden, who is maybe building towards a Chuden, if not for all those honors. And what an expensive set of honors that is. Here's that 6. Do we drop the 7 first? Pays the Dora. Mochi Mochi with CKM. Hatsu's held by Philip, 1 in the wall. Chun both in the wall. Philip can call for Tenpai, but he wants more. And here it is, Tenpai. Richi, Pinfu, Tanya, Pon on the Hatsu. 3-6 is the way, but 3's got to come out, right? Yes, it does. Richi, Tanya, Pinfu, no Ipatsu because of the call, but with an Uda, it can all be saved. We can't find Uda. It's just not there. And it comes down to, once again, all last, Philip's dealership. Trying to milk every single point that he can out of this game. South pair in hand can open up. Reasonable shapes in the Monzu. Good floating tiles in the Pinzu. Can't ask for much more in terms of a high pie. Looking around the table, no one else with anything spectacular. Kamicha, it's a great 8-pin fill though. Now it's starting to look kind of expensive actually with a 7-8-9 Sanchoku chance. Instead finds Ishanten. That does allow Philip the South Pon. But if CKM draws an 8-mon or 7-mon, they will be able to reach you for Richi, Sanchoku, Dora. That will be enough to overtake Philip on Atsumo. Two calls on the right from Chuden, aiming for an open Honitsu or Chinitsu. Phillips found Ishanten. Chi, Tenpai. 9-mon, 9. So Shimo can't use either of those, and if CKM draws the wrong tile into Tenpai, we'll be dealing in on the 9-mon. Something like an 8-pin or 9-pin draw would induce that deal. But the 7 is drawn instead. There it is. The Takame draw. Sanshoku chance. Damas. Trying to snipe Philip's first place away. And Philip has no reason to hold the 8-mon here. Oh, I guess there's a second Dora acceptance if he's that greedy. But the... Oh, instead, second Dora drop by CKM. Do you switch now to the bad Shabu to hold the Dora? If not, you deal it in, or you drop it, and Philip cheese and drops the 9. Oh, he doesn't. I think he missed an opportunity there to cheese 7, 8, 9, drop 9 for South Dora 2. And things get really scary now. There's the Dora. Opportunity to switch again. 9-mon retains the 5-8 weight. 9-mon isn't Genbutsu, but is one chance. Yes, we'll make that switch. So now Philip not in danger of dealing in, but still, 8-mon is in the wall for the Tsumo. CKM can still take this away. 8-pin is a shove. Pon called. Churen is still fighting for this hand. Ishanten for a Mangan. Where are the 8s? Will this 5 ever come out from Toyman? Oh, they're getting close. They will shove the 5 and that will deal in. Philip, rewarded for making the switch. Non-Dora 2 picks up 58. And now Philip looking at a plus 46.6 if the game were to end in the current state. But it isn't over yet. Philip has more time, more rounds to milk as many points as he can out of this game. And this high pie also pretty reasonable. Can open up for a Tanyao on a 6-mon especially. And if not, just aiming for a Ricci here is strong too. Other hands looking strong as well. Toyman in particular. Ishanten already for Tanyao. Desperately in need of a 5-so. And there are 5-sos in the wall to be had. Shibo's struggling a little bit. Kamicha on the left. Ishantem. Dora, actually only one of them's been drawn to the right. And Philip opening up. Tanyao is the play. Ishanten now. Again, 6-mon. Really needs to get Tempai before the 6-mon comes out of Toyman's hand. This is risky, of course, to open up like this and be Atosuke in the future. You are in danger of drawing the 9-mon yourself and ending up Furiten with no Yaku. Either taking a Tempai with no Yaku or Furiten after discarding the 9. But now that 3 9-mons have come out, you're a lot less scared about that possibility. And here's the 6th. Philip could not find Tempai before it came out. Just one turn too late. It's still 2 in the wall to be found. And there are some draws that might pull Philip out of Tempai. For example, if a Dora 5-pin is found. Even here, taking the Shabo seems pretty strong because you can draw the 5-pin and have a diamond shape afterwards. And the 8-mon doesn't seem like such a bad weight. Unfortunately for Philip, the 8-mon is pretty bad with it being paired up on the right. But it certainly makes sense to play it this way. And there's the 5 so that Toyman needed. It's Ricci, Tanyao, Pinhu, potentially Peiko or Dora. So plus 1 Han either way. And there's the 6-mon. Oh, that's a tragic draw. We're going to see Churen chase as well. And Philip might be out now. Just trying to hold on to the lead and let the other 2 fight it out. East is relatively safe though. And there's the Patsumo. Ichi Patsumo Dora. It's going to be a Mangan. No Ura still. And that will confirm first place for Philip, but does lose a little bit. Oh, tragedy on the 6-mon. Choosing to switch up the weight, which in my opinion did make some sense, but did cost Philip some points. In the end, plus 47.6, and Philip can say, mission accomplished. The only question is, how is the rest of Team USA doing? Jeremy. Not doing so hot. Not doing so hot. Negative 1,000 is not what we were aiming for, but desperately trying to come up with some type of Yakuman. This is Unfortunately, Chuden's dead because of the one-sos. But it would be nice to finish off the game with a monstrous hand like this one.
홈,
Kokshi? Kokshi? Oh, Remy. That's so unlucky. Well, I guess we know how we ended up here. How unfortunate. While this game is going on and close to be finishing, let me check and see if the other US tables are still going. Oh, I think they've all finished. Oh, Jay's here. Ooh, 9-pin deals in.
롱,
And that will end the game. Ichichi Toradora 2. Can this table hit Uda? It cannot. Unfortunate result. But not much that you can do when you're shoving and dealing into Kokshi. Jay hoping for a positive result here. South 3 with the dealership remaining. We'll see if we can pull some of the all last magic that Philip managed. And it looks like the other US player finished with a 4th as well. Let's see, this hand for Jay with the West Ping Dora, none in hand. Really hoping to upgrade one of these pairs into a diamond shape to find a Pinfu, each Pinfu, and I guess there's one Dora in hand, but against a Ricci now you can't shove it. That's a dealer reach too, so it's going to be really tough for Jay to fight here. Starts with the Genbutsu 5-mon. And nothing else is safe. Oh, Dora, okay, well, guess that passes. Toyman might try to fight here. They're Ishantan. Oh, wait, that's not quite the shape I thought it was. So still 2 away. And this is a relatively expensive hand for dealer if they can sumo the 8-mon, 8-pin, I should say. Pin for Jake. Does he think about going Chitoy? I think he's trying. He's still giving this a shot. 4-pin passes now.
지,
Oh, calls for Tanyo, I guess. I mean, no play has really good odds here. But call Owen is a try. Is 7. Yeah, 7 came out to the right. 9-mon. Also Genbutsu. Now. And all these 2-5-8s being drawn.
리치,
Oh, slams it. Okay. Toyman's fighting here. 2-5-so now. Tempai, but 6-0-6-0 will pass from Jay. 2-so. Only 1 left in the wall. Same for the 5-so. A third 3-mon makes the 1 a little bit safer. Of course, the 5-mon Genbutsu to both players.
Sumo.
There's the 2. Taka made sumo from 4th. Reached sumo Peiko Tanyao. And Ura too. This table can hit Ura. And just like that, we have a new 3rd place. And Jay needs to pull a miracle in all last. Now, the one benefit of that big sumo is it did drag down Jaffa way lower. 6,000 points of Oyakaburi. So Jay did pick up 3,000 points on 1st place. We have to think optimistically like this. A nice 8-pin fill as well. Unfortunately, Toyman opening up for a Chinitsu. Wow, that's quite a starting hand. Shimocha also with an incredible Haipai. Kamicha. Okay, that one's fairly normal. So we've got a little bit of normalcy here. Jay will just be aiming for any Tempai.
Reach.
But it's going to have to contend with a third turn Ricci. And Jay knows the drill. Can't give up on this hand. Just fight and hope. Swapping the 9-so pair for a 1-pin pair. I wonder if we can find like 3, 4, 5 Sanchoku. Do we chi this into Ishanten?
Chi.
Just have to push the 4-pin for the widest Ishanten. It goes with the safe 9-so first. Oh, that's Ishanten for Jay. The 2-pin and 5-pin have come out so much.
Sumo.
Oh, there's the Tsumo. It's gonna be Sananko of all things. Ricci, Tsumo, Sananko, Dora as well. Ura-san, hello! Wow, what a finish. That's gonna steal first place away. That is like the 4th Sananko that we've seen today on the US tables. And that's going to end the game. Jay takes the 4th here. Verge picks up plus 50 point first. Jaffa with the 2nd plus 9.5. Toyman takes the 3rd. And that does it. That ends the qualification round in terms of the games that Team US is playing in. And that also means that Team US will not be qualifying for the final table this season. But we will, of course, be anticipating a possible top 32 bid for one of our players. And we're going to take a look at the standings to confirm. Currently in 13th place in the individual rankings, Philip Nehalem, plus 89.9 with 2 firsts, a second place, and 2 third places, dodging 4th in all 5 games, is all but confirmed to be locked into a position in the top 32 and the individual finals for the 2nd week of action, and is the top finishing US player. The remaining players will probably finish just outside of that zone, but well fought to the entirety of Team USA, and best of luck to Philip in the individual finals. Hope your Rentai skills are as equally on point next week as they were today, and you can top 2 your way into the final table. It looks like with the games almost all complete, the top players, top teams are Team Indonesia with 272.9 points, Team Ukraine with 162.7, Team Japan with 146.3, and United Kingdom 134.1. Still a few more games to finish. And a new result has come in. Ireland surpasses United Kingdom and takes the 4th slot. It would be an incredible achievement, an accomplishment for Team Ireland to make the top 4. Still, I believe 2 or 3 more games yet to go. So still undetermined what the final standings will look like. But I'm running out of steam, so I'm not sure I can stay for all of it. I did want to make sure to thank once again the staff members of the Korean Mahjong League for running this amazing event. It's such a great opportunity for us as US players to play against Mahjong players from all around the world, and you always do a great job in making this event a ton of fun and really exciting to watch. And I'm looking forward to the finals, team finals and individual finals next week. And of course, a big shout out to Edwin for running the US qualifiers. Runs so incredibly smoothly and always gets a rock solid team to compete in the championships. And also, thanks to all of the members of Team USA for waking up so early in the morning, as early as 3 a.m. on the West Coast, to fight it out. A shame that it didn't quite go our way this year in terms of the team results. But again, big props to everyone for the efforts, and we'll definitely look forward to next year. And on that note, thanks everybody for watching, and we will see you next year for hopefully for the 2024 International Online Riichi Mahjong Competition. Have a good one, everybody.